Yes, sir. No, we first run and see how it goes. But colleagues, thank you very much. Can you assist the candidate here to operate the mic, please? Thank you very much, and thank you. And good afternoon, sorry, good morning, Miss Movango Lukaimane. Is the title correct?
Kaiman. The V is a soft B.
Come again?
The VH is a soft B. Mobango.
Oh, Movango.
Mobango.
Mobango. Oh,
Yes.
Mobango. Oh, okay. Yes. Is the title correct? I said Miss Mobango.
Well, I am an
Lukaimane.
advocate, but I just don't use it. But I am an admitted advocate of the High Court.
Okay. Right. So thank you very much for accepting our invitation. So the practice is that you give you 5 minutes, and we limit you to 5 minutes to briefly state why the honorable members should consider you for nomination as public protector. Once you are done, I will ask one or two questions to confirm one or two things, after which I will, the honorable members will then have time with you. Each member will have 7 minutes, up to 7 minutes with you. And so thank you very much. And are you okay?
Yes,
We can
I
launch
am
into
fine.
so please, over to you, 5 minutes just to talk to us. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members. First, let me thank you for giving me another opportunity to take a stab at this office. I think that given my qualifications, I am qualified to do the post. I have a legal degree up to my master's in law. I also have a master's in business administration, which is a qualification that has assisted me a great deal in running operations within organizations. I also think that at the point where our country is, I am well versed, having had the experience to run an office that deals with complaints, having had experience in governance issues, and also having had experience in public administration. Currently, I am an accounting authority at the Office of the Pension Funds Adjudicator. I was an accounting officer for a long time. In that environment, I reported to a board and also to board committees. I also chair the Government Pensions Administration Agency's Advisory Board, so I know how to be on the other side where you are supposed to ensure that you are giving the necessary oversight to an organization. I think that also the challenges that are facing the Office of the Public Protector and the country require at this point someone who has proven experience in all those areas, governance, administration, and someone who has discharged themselves in a public office in a manner that shows integrity and also discipline and an ability to perform and achieve the mandate of an office within the resources that are allocated, and also making a difference in an industry, and also to people and complainants that visit that office. I think I'll stop there.
No, thank you very much. And do you confirm the disclosures you made in the questionnaire?
Yes, I do.
Is there anything to add, anything else to add or declare?
Nothing.
Thank you. All right. And you were admitted as an advocate of the High Court in 1996, is that correct?
Yes.
And from 2001, you worked in consultation services, you lectured, you worked in pension funds, environment, public service, and you are now back in the pension fund environment as an adjudicator. Is that correct?
Yes.
And for how long did you practice as an advocate?
When I was lecturing, you know, lecturers, we have a lot of time. So once I was admitted, and I was lecturing, throughout my lecturing, I also practiced at the local High Court and also at the Magistrate Court. At the High Court, I also served as an assessor in criminal matters. So throughout my lecturing up to 1999, I was also practicing.
So you practiced as an advocate from 1995 to 1999, is that correct?
Yes. When I was admitted, around from 1996 onwards.
Okay, or from 1996 to 1999?
Yes.
All right. And are you still registered as, are you a member of any bar?
No, I am not.
Are you registered with the Legal Practice
Council? Yes,
Council?
I am. Yes.
Okay. You have accumulated vast experience and knowledge and experience in the pension funds environment. In your view, in what way will that benefit the Office of the Public Protector?
In the manner that pension funds are structured, pension funds are business enterprises, the way that they are structured. So what we do currently in our office is we deal with complaints that come from pension fund members or administrators, funds, any stakeholder, or even employers. The way that I would benefit the Office of the Public Protector is that one of the things that we look at is maladministration, which is also one of the things that the Public Protector is tasked to do. So if you look at what a complaint is from a pension fund member, one of the things that we are tasked to look at is maladministration. And maladministration really in the pension fund space, it goes to the rules, it goes to the legislation, and it is even much higher in that space because pension funds owe fiduciary duties to the members. And a fiduciary duty is something that is over and above just the rules, because you sit in a position of trust. And therefore, in an office where you are supposed to discharge a mandate without fear, favor, or prejudice, you shouldn't, and also you are dealing with an issue of fairness. Fairness also goes to those aspects of trust. Therefore, I believe that in this space, I was required to almost police entities at a much higher level of responsibility towards their members than what is expected in the position of a public protector. But I think that where the country sits, we are at that position where you require someone who will look much further and actually give not just substance to outcomes, but also deal with the spirit of why the Constitution also felt there should be an office of a public protector.
Do you have any investigative experience?
Yes. Our office is supposed to resolve complaints of members. Therefore, in order to do that, we are supposed to investigate those complaints. And when we investigate, we don't look at only what is submitted before us. We go further to look at information because it's not, although I'm called the pension funds adjudicator, that is just the status of what comes out at the end. We actually are tasked in terms of our mandate to investigate, which means at the end of the day, we cannot leave loopholes. We have to look at all the facts. The facts have to make sense and then weigh those facts against the law to see whether everybody acted in the manner that they were supposed to.
Thank you very much, colleagues. We can now ask questions. Who do I start with? I start with Honorable Mananiso. All right, I start with Honorable Mananiso, and then we'll follow the same list as was yesterday.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Welcome, Mema Mubango,
Thank you.
and all the best.
Thank you.
Ma'am, with your articulation now in terms of taking us through on what you have in terms of the experience and knowledge and skills, if you were to be appointed the PP, what is it that you think you can bring as innovative measures in the space?
I think that in terms, thank you very much, Honorable Member. I think that in terms of innovative measures, I did see that when I was going through their 2021-2022 annual report, they have just now, they would in this past year have implemented a case administration system. I think one of the things that I will bring to the office as innovation is really to look at how they can exploit that case administration system, because in the space that I am in now, we managed to implement a case administration system back in 2013 that now really is not only a management tool, but gives us business intelligence information to also be able to feed certain kind of information back to the regulators, back to our stakeholders for them to improve on what they are expected to do. So I think one of the things that I will look at is that. Also, they do talk about the fact that they have cases that might be much older, so they have a sort of a backlog. I will have to look at what were the causes of that backlog. I didn't see anywhere where they talked about a business re-engineering exercise. So we will have to look at a business re-engineering exercise that really says, given the capacity that we have and the caseload that we have and the nature of the complaints that the office has, what is the best procedure to deal with the cases, and are we structured properly to be able to do that? Are there areas where we can prioritize? Are there areas where we can deal with measures like have an early resolution system that then deals with other complaints much quicker? Because one of the things that I saw was that in their classification of complaints, they didn't, in that year, which is the last available year of an annual report thus far, they didn't have any complaints that they registered as complex. Therefore, we'll have to look at why, if there are no complex cases, are we ending up with a situation where matters are not being finalized within a reasonable time.
Okay. So, as you know, the PPSA is one of the trusted and used offices by most vulnerable and marginalized groups. How are you going to ensure that in this era of 4IR, you would be able to touch those that are actually seen as far in terms of having network connectivities to access your office services?
I think one of the things that I would do is that, first of all, we should have a policy that defines who is a vulnerable complainant, because in different environments, who is vulnerable differs. Yes, people in rural areas will most surely fall into that category of vulnerable, but then we look at in developing that policy, we must first look at, in terms of the complaints that we handle, who is a vulnerable complainant, because also vulnerability might go to the impact of delaying to resolve a complaint might be quite severe in one instance than in another. So what we'll do is, once we have a policy in place, we'll then develop an action plan. And I think to rural areas, it goes to working with community-based organizations that have sort of the same kind of mandate that can reach people easier, because the Public Protector's Office can't be in all the areas. But one of the things that I saw also in their annual report was that there was a disconnect between the regional offices and the provincial offices versus the head office in terms of outreach programs. It looked as if outreach is happening mostly at head office, whereas the offices that are outside, right where the people are, those are the ones that should be really ramping up in terms of outreach programs, in terms of working with community-based organizations, and also in terms of educational opportunities around where they are based, to say, are they really leveraging on all organizations around?
Okay. Understanding the roles of Chapter 9 institutions and the office of the PPSA, what is it that you think might be the gap in terms of all these institutions working together? And if you were to be appointed, what is it that you can bring in to close that particular gap?
I think that one of the things that is a gap is that yes, I saw that they all have MOUs to work with each other, but there are instances where situations are cross-cutting. It might be that somebody comes to report a matter of maladministration, or there is a systemic issue. It must be that off the bat, there is an agreement that where such an investigation might have an impact on people's basic human rights, maybe the Human Rights Commission gets involved. Where there is an aspect that can also impact on gender issues, that organization must be involved. So it must not be a matter where the public protector goes, investigates a matter, finishes it, and then hands over certain aspects to the other organizations. But the investigation must be done in a manner that it involves everybody, because then you close the gaps where certain information and facts will fall in the loopholes, because if everybody is looking at their mandates. For example, in the environment that I am in now, a person might have a retirement annuity. They come to me, they complain about the outcomes of the product, to say this investment hasn't grown. But if you look at it, you find that the advisor that sold the product sold it by giving the person false information. So if I deal only with the aspect of the investment, and I don't look into what happened at the beginning, and the face ombud then looks at what happened in the beginning, he also says it's fine, you signed off the documentation. But had we looked at that together, we would have seen that this person was sold a product under false pretenses. That is why they ended up with the outcome like that. So there is a need to work together, because if you only focus on your mandate, certain things will fall in the cracks.
Okay. My last question then becomes, what would be your special project as the PP?
I think that one of the projects really has to be looking at prolonged suspensions of people in organizations that have a negative impact on on both service delivery and people's careers, where in certain instances people on contract, their contracts will just be allowed to lapse because they are not needed, they are suddenly inconvenient. No one deals with the fact that this person actually raised an issue, and when they raised this issue, they were quickly suspended, no investigation, nothing, and the excuse is that they are, you have been paid, therefore, what is the issue, and then your contract runs down. In certain instances, full-time employees are suspended for long periods of time. They come back, then they are just shafted to another area, and nothing happens to the people that suspended them. And there is no, especially for those on contract, I mean, then your contract lapses and you are left with a cloud and nothing has happened to anyone. So I think that is one of the things that I will look at, because it's got an impact on service delivery for starters, and it also has an impact on resources, both human and financial resources. And those kind of actions also go a long way to creating an environment almost of distrust and fear in organizations, that if you do what so-and-so did, you will be suspended, your career will fall apart, and all those things. So I think that is one of the things that I would want to really have a look at.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Mananeso. Advocate Bredenbach.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. Good morning,
Morning.
Madam. You say in your questionnaire that you have the necessary qualifications, skills and competencies to adequately discharge the responsibilities of the public protector. How do you see the responsibilities of the public protector?
Thank you. The responsibilities of the public protector is to investigate maladministration and abuse of power in the area of public administration and state institutions, and in doing so, they must act impartially and without fear, favor, and prejudice. I think that my career thus far shows that I have been able to, I have collected the skills first required to be a fit and proper person to discharge the position, but also I have acted in a manner that indicates that I am able to act without fear, favor, or prejudice, and also act in an impartial manner. I have been if you were to look at my career, should you go back to any institution, they would be able to sort of attest to the fact that even when faced with very difficult decisions and very difficult circumstances and complex situations, I have been able to come out on the ethical side on the ethical side of whatever it is that might have been facing us at that time. So I think that I possess the temperament and the sort of, I'm looking for the right word. I am also not politically naive but I am actually politically astute to be able to, in an organizational sort of way, to be able to understand the lay of a situation and make use of my skills to make sure that an organization achieves its mandate, no matter what might be happening around it.
Thank you. And then, interestingly, you say in your questionnaire, discussing the investigations done by the public protector, you say it includes investigations into the conduct of every government institution, including the intelligence services, in brackets. Why did you include that, and why is it in brackets? Why are you making that point?
I think that if we go to the situation, if we go to the fact that everybody is equal before the law, and that we follow a situation in South Africa where there is a rule of law, and also that we are a constitutional democracy. What we saw happening also at the Zondo Commission, which was an aspect that came about because of an investigation from the Public Protector's Office. You saw a situation where we risk creating a different kind of public servant that is actually not accountable to anyone. The Public Protectors Act is clear. It says that you look into everything, but there seems to have been some sort of an agreement over time. I do know that they used to have an MOU. The intelligence services used to have an MOU that I think lapsed a long time ago, in 2013 or so it lapsed. I think that is public knowledge. And since then, nothing has stood in its place. And we have all said and heard about the abuse of resources within the security agencies. We have heard about the repurposing of the agency. So if we really are saying that everybody is equal before the law and there is rule of law, why is it that we have this section of public servants that cannot be looked into? And we then tend also to, in that environment, to be fixated on the executive authorities, maybe interference. Yet, no executive authority ever went to the State Security Agency and signed out money. It's public servants that are doing that. And they might sign out 2 million and give the executive authority 1 million. So
Thank you. I
happens?
follow your answer. I need to ask one more question, and I'm running out of time. What is the extent to which an administrative decision is susceptible to review under the South African constitutional order?
An administrative decision is susceptible to review for its legality. To say, did you act within the law when you took that administrative decision?
And from where does the court's power to review administrative action derive?
From the Paja.
Anything else?
The court also has inherent powers to review the actions of people that were acting within the public space, people that have public power.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mawetwe.
Thank you, Chair. Tobela Advocate Lukiman. So looking at your CV, you've been with the Office of the Pension Fund Adjudicator for just over a year. Sorry, 10 years, just over 10 years. And you held very high responsibilities in that office. And you just said earlier on you were here before. And when you were here, you spoke about the delays of payments and the employers' failures to pay the benefits. What is the current situation? Would you say you are still in the same situation, or what has changed?
We, thank you for that question. We are more or less in the same position. In fact, if you talk about the issue of payment of benefits, that is usually why people come to our office. They'll come and complain that their benefit has not been paid, but what we will then discover is actually that sometimes the employer was just deducting the contributions without even having registered them, or the employer has not even paid over those contributions to the fund. So we actually have a compliance problem, and that goes right through. It's whether it's private sector, business, municipalities, and the problem then is that apart from the fact that people's retirement benefits are not accumulating their interest and everything, should something happen to to that member, they pass away, then the risk portion of the benefit, which might be 5 times your annual salary, will not be paid because the insurer did not get the premiums on time. Because with risk, once you don't pay for a month, that lapses. So we are more or less in the same position. And I think also COVID has exacerbated the situation, with many employers really falling on hard times.
Okay, and then you said earlier on that there are commonalities between public protectors' functions and or responsibilities and the adjudicator, and you highlighted maladministration as one of the commonalities between, but also public engagement or involvement.
Yes.
So how do you think your experience that you have from the Office of the Public Pension Fund Adjudicator will assist at the Public Protector Office?
And that work, in terms of stakeholder engagement, that is something very key, because as the public protector, your office is there to also create trust with people, with the public at large. So what we do is I will have an instance where you sort of categorize your stakeholders. Once you have categorized your stakeholders, then I will develop engagement plans for each stakeholder, because you can't just say, I'm going to have a public session with all stakeholders. Some stakeholders require that you sit with them in a room like this and talk to them about what the issues are. And then some stakeholders, it's educational, therefore you interact with them, even over a radio platform. Others over webinars, you can do that. But I think one of the things that will drive that is that we will first internally have to arrange our data. If you have a look at the Public Protector's annual report, you can't really say what is the top issue. You can say what is the top department that they are looking at, municipalities or whichever department, but you actually don't know in terms of maladministration, abuse of power, and all those aspects that are really the mandate to look at. We all don't know the extent of that. And that is where they should start, because they are never going to be able to look at to be all places at the same time. But if I'm sitting in a government department, an important thing that is being reported to the public protector is nepotism. I'll be sure to ensure that that whatever it is that I'm doing, I still actually is the nation facing in terms of problems that come to be reported to the Public Protector's Office. Right now, we don't know. But if you pick up the AG's report, you know irregular expenditure, you know fruitless expenditure, you know failure to abide by supply chain process. In the Public Protector's report, you don't know that. And an office that has been there for almost 30 years, looking at that, every citizen says to you, corruption, corruption, corruption. But we don't know exactly where we need to start. And this is the office that should have been telling us, start here, make an impact here, make a difference here.
Thank you. And earlier on, taking back from the question of Honorable Mananiso, you said one of the improvements on efficiency that you deployed, that you would have a given and you'll be able to deliver the results that you expect.
Thank you for that question. First of all, I have engaged in various organizational development interventions. If you look at my CV, I was the general manager of HR at NIA, and that was at a time when they were going through all sorts of things, from restructuring to all sorts of things. So I do believe that in an environment where you have a spread of employees, like in this office, you've got administrators, you've got investigators, you need to ensure that the employees are that you create an environment where the employees can actually deliver. That you start off, say, you test the environment and you get a survey, but after getting that survey, you can create then focus groups and say, these are the results, but let's delve deeper into what actually people were saying, because statistical information sometimes might give you a good picture or might give you a bad picture, but when you start drilling down, you find that these are aspects that you can handle. Then you put together a plan. I know that people like to say we've got an external service provider, but the most crucial aspect of making sure that an employment environment is conducive is line managers. Also make sure that the line managers are skilled in terms of communicating and interacting with the employees. Where there are gaps, you close those gaps. You make sure that the employees know that everybody in the organization is accountable. I think one of the things in the Public Protector's Office is you have in the person of the Public Protector someone who has considerable powers within the organization, and yet there are
I
no
need to move to the
governance
last question before
Sorry.
Chair stops me. Now, if you get appointed as a public protector, we know that currently you would leave pension fund adjudicator at a cash balance of about 20 billion, and you're operating on a surplus budget. So, moving into the Public Protector's Office with limited resources, financial management becomes very crucial. So how will you make sure that you still execute your mandate within budget and produce the result that you'd be proud of?
Thank you. It's 20 million.
20 million, sorry.
9 million. I wish we had 20 million. One of the things, like you heard me talk about the business re-engineering exercise, we really have to look at whether there are efficiencies within the organization. What are some of the things that we can insource? For example, when I started off the office of the pension funds educate, there were many things that were outsourced, unnecessarily so, when there was staff to do that in the office. So that's where also you start. You say, are we getting what we are supposed to get for what we have. There are areas where you see a little bit of under expenditure, then you go and look into those. But before we even go ask for money elsewhere, we have to be sure and certain that what we have been allocated is being used in an efficient and proper manner. And I think one of the things with the implementation of a case administration system, it also gives an opportunity to relook processes and also improve efficiencies. So just that implementation on its own means that there might be savings that are required elsewhere, that are realized by the organization. Once you have that, then you are able to say, these are some of the crucial things that I need, and then and if those are not funded, you request for that funding within, reasonably so. Year 1, we intend to do this. Year 2, we intend to do this. Year 3, we intend to do this. Because one of the things we can't shy away from is that there is the country has limited resources, and therefore we all have to try and say we have efficiently used what we have been given. We have exploited all the other opportunities. Where we can, we have collaborated with other institutions, and we are still coming short. And this is crucial for us to discharge our mandate.
Mawodol, pay back my 2 minutes. All right.
Thank you.
I now move to Inkosi Butelis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Advocate. Since it's not your first time to apply for this position, what has your outlook on this position changed since 2016? For example, just one gap that you've identified needs to be attended to, which you did not consider in 2016.
Well, thank you for that. I don't think that there is any gap as such that I've identified. I think that I didn't walk away in 2016 feeling that I failed or anything. And I am not back because I feel that I'm entitled to the position. I just think that I am in also a better position now to fulfill also the functions of the office. If you look at what I was able to do in terms of my own improvement as a leader, and what we achieved in the office that I remained with, I actually think that I am in a better position now. And I think also, I think you couldn't have had 2 public protectors at the time, so the feeling was that the current public protector is the one that was suitable at the time.
Yeah. In your presentation, you mentioned, I think twice, about a particular point where we are as a country. What did you mean by that? Can you explain?
Well, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I think that we are at a point when, we are for example, we are in a week where 6 persons admitted to killing a whistleblower just for doing their job.
Okay.
That is unheard of in a constitutional democracy. We all should be saying, is it really possible that in this country, with this constitution, someone can be killed for doing their job, for raising alarm about maladministration? So that is really where we are at.
Okay. In your different positions or responsibilities that you have performed, what can you say is your greatest achievement? And to what can you attribute that in relation to your leadership style?
To my leadership style.
Yeah, to what can you attribute that in relation to your leadership style?
I think that my greatest achievement would really be where we find the Office of the Pension Funds Adjudicator at the moment. when I took over, I mean, it's an office that has managed from last year to publish an integrated annual report. Some companies, even in the private sector, can't think of issuing an integrated annual report. But we were able to do that because we were able to, on a sustained basis, make sure that both internally we improve our processes, we can account for our resources, whilst at the same time making a real difference to the industry that we serve. I doubt that there wasn't, even where we went out on a limb on an issue, we have come out on the right side as far as the Constitutional Court.
And the second part of my question, to what can you attribute that in terms of your leadership style?
I think that I am a transformative leader. I believe that people must be given the opportunity to stretch themselves and be assisted with the necessary skills and environment for them to be able to achieve.
Okay. How do you deal with your weaknesses in the work environment?
I take a deep breath first. I think that one of the things that you would have seen on my CV is that I attended a course on women in leadership. Because sometimes our society is very patriarchal. And in the environment that I am in of financial services, I've been in for a long time. Even when I started off at Sanlam a long time ago, you would go to conferences and there'd be no traffic at all in the ladies' bathrooms because there are no women. So I had to go and be skilled and be coached as how do I handle those aspects.
To deal with your weaknesses, let's just proceed. Have you ever used command decision-making method in your career? And what do you understand this to be meaning?
Combative.
Command decision-making method. And what do you understand of it?
Well, if I understand it to mean that sometimes you take a decision and you ask the troops to march along with you, I have. Sometimes you can only debate an issue up to a point, and as a leader you have to take a decision and say, looking at my responsibilities and this organization, this is where we need to be going, and then let's move in that direction. So sometimes it is necessary to say to people, that's our marching orders.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy.
Thank you very much.
Yes, reserved somewhere.
Now I move to Honorable Chapter.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Advocate Lokaiman.
Morning, ma'am.
Let's just go straight to business. What is your understanding of independence within the context of the Office of Public Protector? And how will you guarantee to be independent in your duties if appointed PPSA?
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think independence means that you are not influenced by things that are irrelevant for your consideration. Also, independence means that you are impartial and you are able to consider all aspects that are relevant to an issue and ignore those aspects that are irrelevant to an issue, and then act in accordance with the prescripts of your mandate. Also, again, without fear, favor, and prejudice. Like really be someone who is also accountable and responsible once having taken the decisions.
Okay. Now, earlier on when you were responding to Honorable Breitenbach, you touched on administrative decision review being subjected to legality. Now, rationality, reasonableness, proportionality are critical legal principles that impact on legality. What is your understanding of testing rationality, reasonableness, and proportionality? You can give examples of a case law.
I think that in terms of rationality, reasonableness, and proportionality, it really means that decisions, yes, can be tested in accordance with those, but rationality means that a decision sometimes can be lawful, but be irrational, and decisions have to both be lawful and also rational. So a rational decision is one where you make a decision where all the what you provide as the basis is linked to the outcome. So I can't consider a decision and then find that that there is no basis on the facts to support that decision. I think in terms of case law that has gone past the office of the public protector, you would have seen that in one of the situations where they dealt with the issue of rationality was when they were dealing with the issue of the what is that, the sub matter, because that in that instance the outcome was not linked to the investigation. Like the public protector they said that she had been irrational in the remedial action that she had suggested.
Reasonableness, and proportionality.
Reasonableness goes to in our law there is such a concept as called a reasonable man. What would a reasonable man in certain circumstances have done? So a reasonable decision is a decision that also is on the facts. You can link the facts to the decision, that the outcome of the investigation is reasonable to the extent that it is supported by the facts. Also, in terms of proportionality, they are more or less the same concepts, in that also with proportionality you are dealing with also something related to your remedial actions and all of that, to say the actions that you take must be in proportion to what needs to be achieved.
Now, if appointed to this position, what quality assurance mechanisms are you going to employ to ensure your reports are able to withstand legal scrutiny?
Thank you for that question. In my current position, we are forced to ensure that there is the highest quality control, because when a judgment of mine is reviewed or goes to court, I cannot defend it. Therefore, I have to make sure that every aspect of a complaint is dealt with. So that is also what I will do. I will make sure that, for starters, investigations are done by people that are qualified to do so, that the necessary questions are asked, that I also review those reports in detail before I sign off on them. Because one of the things that the Public Protector's Office has to look at now is that not only is it not cost effective, it is also counterproductive for the public protector to be defending their decisions in court. One, you have to make sure at the point of signing off that report that it crosses all the T's, dots all the I's, and you only then have to defend decisions where you think that people are introducing new things, or if there is something novel that might come out of that, and then leave or fall by what you issued.
Okay, in my last minute, you identified here on your questionnaire unemployment as a key challenge for South Africa's society. What do you think are key reasons for the structural unemployment that we have?
I think that one of the issues is really the way that our society is structured, for starters. The fact that, in most instances where you are born might actually determine how your life works out. So opportunities are not available equally to everyone. And that seeps through the whole system. People, you end up, if you start off with the education system that you have, you end up in a situation where sometimes you are not able to exploit your own capacity because of the opportunities that you are exposed to. Then you end up with skills that are not necessary to drive the economy. And only a certain section then of the population continues to access opportunities. And with the development of infrastructure being where it is, this just perpetuates itself. And therefore, the inequality continues, and the unemployment also continues to have a very sort of black face, female face, rural face, and those things are not going to change unless we change the fundamentals.
Thank you, Advocate and Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Horn.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning.
Good morning.
I want to return to your answer about administrative action review and legality, and ask whether you would agree that fundamental to the principle of legality is that if you exercise a public power, you can only do it if authorized to do so, and to the extent authorized to do so, and for the purpose authorized to do so.
Yes.
Okay, then if that is a common understanding between us, I want to ask you then to explain the statement you made in the questionnaire, where you said remedial action proposed should not only be concomitant to the issue at hand, but also serve as a deterrent to others to steer clear from such acts, behaviors in future, because sanctions matter.
Yes, I think that one of the things that public protector reports must do is actually also have an sort of an educational aspect to it. In the current, in my current position, it might be that something is not really sort of the main issue in a complaint, but I will deal with that also for purposes of first completeness, and also ensuring that if it is something that I think might be pervasive, where there is an opportunity to say something about that, even if it's not critical to that complaint, but if it is there and connected to that complaint in some way, you deal with that also. So it's not that you will go beyond the issue at hand, but when you are dealing with an issue, you must not also be narrow-minded about it, because you risk a situation where an issue might be the same and just come in different forms. So I think, sorry.
Yeah. So what's the essence of remedial action?
The essence of remedial action is to ensure that what has been reported is corrected and what should have been done is done, and the outcome that should have been ensured is taken care of, like it's implemented. The outcome is realized, not implemented.
And to what extent does that definition allow to penalize whoever you as the public protector have found to be wrong, improper?
For myself as the public protector,
No, whoever you found to have acted improperly, to what extent are you authorized to penalize them?
well, not per se myself, but in making some of the remedial action that you can make as the public protector is to say action must be taken against somebody. That is a penal action. So you not only say correct what. You do not only say correct what has gone wrong here, but you say, having looked at everything, the actions that led to this require some form of a sanction. They can't just be left alone, and we just correct and move on. That is the meaning.
Thank you. I now want to turn to your time at SSA. You in your questionnaire have also referred to the high-level panel. And you make the statement you've always appreciated the importance of good governance, proper controls and accountability as demonstrated by my time in various roles at, amongst others, SSA. But yet the very same high-level panel has found that in that period where you were heavily involved in a managerial role at SSA, it became politicized and the PAN system was operated. How can you claim that you have a track record of good governance and proper controls there and accountability?
Thank you for that question. Yes, I can. And I think that to the extent maybe sometimes I might get to some extent, I will say that given the controls that we put in place, one of the outcomes, said that it was that people resorted to the PEN project. When I arrived at NIA as the General Manager of Human Resources, they had just gone through a large intake of interns. That was the first one that I call them interns, but they would call them trainees. That one was mired in all sorts of things, nepotism. Then, because the average age of people at that time was high, we knew that we needed new blood in the organization. When the next one that I was in charge of came on, we made sure that we put in the correct recruitment processes in place. We set up panels for shortlisting. We set up questionnaires that will make sure that each and every person that is interviewed on an equal basis, made offers to people. So if you look at that intake, you will see that these were people that were put through the ringer. They were not connected to anybody, and everything went well. Then, for the overall organization, we started putting in controls. We made sure that you can't sit as a manager in an office and promote somebody. We put together a personnel board. At that personnel board, if you want to promote somebody, you come, you sit, HR says whether that person qualifies or not, and then we put that is what, in a way, if you look at that, I also say we put together an integrated system. Our HR system was then integrated with the finance system and also with the document management system. So we accounted both for people, resources, and even operational reports.
Ma'am, but your very first or second sentence I need to interrogate. You said, it's because of my good systems that people resorted to the system that led to PAN.
Exactly.
Now, explain to me, you were the general manager, human resources. One of the jobs of a general manager, human resources in the public space, would be to weed out what we call ghost workers. I think for the current purposes, we can even call them spook workers.
Yes.
How can you claim that it's because of your successful practices that a whole parallel illegal system was operated under your nose?
It was not under, remember that the way that the intelligence services are structured, you've got overt operations and covert operations. The PAN project was not run as an overt operation. It was run as a covert operation. So once it goes and gets run as a covert operation, resources are allocated and you almost have a structure that is duplicated, that is a human resource function also in there. There were resources that were taken from the overt side and put in the covert side to say they will replicate those governance systems in there.
Okay.
The people that were required to ensure that oversight was done in there didn't do that. I don't get to see what happened in that covert side.
Yeah.
But the assurance had been that even with the resources that we hived off into the covert environment, the necessary oversight would be put in place. Because the way that the organization was structured, it was exactly like that. Covert operations are covert operations, and the PAN was set up.
Would
like
you
that.
agree that even covert agents do have personnel numbers?
Yes.
Yeah. So how do they then fall out of the authority of a diligent general manager, human resources?
Thank you for that again. I think I will go back to exactly the same thing and say it's because you almost replicate that in there. Remember that the one system runs and is open to everyone, to all my 230 HR employees or whatever, those that would have access to the system, you can't restrict on this side. Therefore, you have to take those resources that are running covert operations, put them in there and ensure that and they then have to ensure that the necessary oversight and the necessary actions are taken within that environment. I was not in the covert sort of side of the business, but in the overt one.
So then you move on to the Chairperson Intelligence Services Council.
Yes.
Does that now include all personnel?
It includes what we do, what the ISC does was really to put together conditions of service and that. So we dealt with issues like salary reviews, policy reviews that have to do with HR. So the way that the organization was, you had those policies that applied to the open side, but also when we review policies, we do also put together policies for the covert side. So we did all that.
My last question.
Your time, I'm sorry, is up. Right, I now move to Honorable Vassals.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. In your opinion, since the establishment of the Public Protector, in what areas has the Public Protector been successful to fulfill its mandate? And in what areas do you think there is more focus required?
Thank you. I think that the Public Protector has been successful in the area of abuse of power. I think the matters that have come before them that had to do with abuse of power, they have managed to make dents there. I also think that in terms of just highlighting maladministration and what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, they have been successful. I think that also in highlighting the impact of the impact of lack of service delivery on your socio-economic rights, they really have been, especially in the area of municipalities, they've been able to show how the impact of the failure for municipalities to discharge their duties have had on the surrounding communities and all that. So, and I don't think that there are areas where I can say that they have failed as such. I can say that there are areas where, well, they need more focus in order for us to improve. I think where public trust has really been eroded has been around the issues of abuse of power. So I think there it might be that whenever those issues come up, whenever those issues that question whether we are all equal before the law and therefore should be treated in the same manner, I think they can do a lot better in making sure that the public accepts that everybody is treated equally.
Do you think the public protector should be more proactive and conduct more investigations on its own accord? And what criteria will you use, if you are the public protector, to decide to authorize such own initiative investigations?
Thank you. Yes, I do think that the public protector should be more proactive in handling certain issues. And I think that those would be issues that I think that the criteria I would use is issues that have an impact on prevailing problems in our communities. So I would have to look at what are the challenges that are facing us, and then look at where the mandate of the public protector allows that we do investigations in those areas to really improve the lives of citizens.
In addition to the competency to investigate, you know, the Public Protector Act also gives a mandate to resolve disputes. How do you see this function?
I think that where resolving disputes, I think it's where I see the public protector working more to settle disputes by getting parties together, either through mediation. They can make use of I am not sure to what extent they've got competent mediators, but I think they can resort a little bit to mediation, and I think they can also make use of conciliation to try and because in most of these instances, communities have to go and coexist after that, and therefore you also don't want sort of bad blood. Where it's possible, I think they can resort to mediation, they can resort to settling matters, and also make use of a little bit of conciliation.
What experience do you have in mediation?
Well, in my current role in resolving disputes, we are not only limited to adjudication, we also settle matters. We can also refer matters to conciliators. So I do have that experience of saying this matter will better be served by conciliation or get the parties together around the table. And only if it remains unresolved, then we can deal with it in a formal adjudicative process.
We reflected on remedial action just now as well. But how would you address a situation where a state organ refuses to implement remedial action or ignores remedial action?
Well, I think that after the judgment that says that remedial actions are binding, it is not open to a state organ to just ignore remedial action without them going through the formal process of setting it aside. So that would almost not be an option open to them. But if they fail to implement, then it's a question of dealing with what are the where the accountability lies. I can raise that with the various wherever the accountability lies. Say it's the Minister of SAPS. I can raise that, say, with the chairperson of the portfolio committee that deals with SAPS and say there is this issue. I think it's an issue that is important, needs to be dealt with. I issued this remedial action on this date. It seems as if it has not been implemented. Can you please, in your oversight capacity, deal with the issue?
What do you think is the most important and most urgent thing to do to restore the confidence in the public protector, the public's confidence?
Yes, thank you. I do think that the reputation of the office has taken a hit, and therefore it will be one of the things that one needs to look at if you are successful. I think that goes to engaging with your stakeholders, really reverting back to your mandate and saying, this is my mandate, I will discharge it without fear and favor. I think also we need to take on board your employees internally, reassure them that we are here, there is a mandate, we have a job to do, everybody is valuable, let's espouse the guiding principles that brought us into place and provide South Africans with the service that they require. And I think on that, I will also have to do periodical engagements where I show, what has been implemented, where we are moving, and so that people know that you are also accountable to them, not only in a formal space with annual reports and all that, but you also offer them the necessary engagement and, proactively so when there is no problem.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Vessels. Honorable Lisoma, and then we do Janji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning, Advocate. You prefer to be called Miss
Lukaimane,
yes,
Yes.
much better. Thank you so much for that assistance. Chair, through your good self, having listened to the responses, I would like to build up partially on the questions that has been asked by Honorable Mautwe and also Honorable Mananiso on the issue of efficiency and efficient, as it were. In your response, I'll just pick one among the responses that you provided, is the issue of insourcing. Take us into your confidence, I assume that you have gone through the latest AG's report, which deals with the financials and the predetermined objectives in terms of the milestone that they would have set for themselves. In your opinion, what changes that is required within the PPSA to improve efficiency without compromising the standards and also the turnaround, as it were? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I think one of the issues that is evident from the report in terms of having to deal with efficiencies and also from the AG's officer is really the issue of internal controls. If you have a look at the annual report, there is almost a disconnect between the clean audit and what you see indicated as issues that have been flagged by internal audit. Those stretch almost 3 pages in the report. Some of them are basic things. Some of them are things that require a lot of thinking and work. But really, a large part of them is almost basic things that should never even have arisen in an internal audit.
Chair, if your response can focus on the key programs of the PPSA, in
On
terms
the-
of their core mandate, yes, key programs, yes.
Yes. Okay. I think that in terms of their investigations, I will look at the caseload that they have, and then work on prioritizing cases that are old so that we can finalize those. In terms of their stakeholder management, I did see that there is an issue in terms of the provincial offices. I will make sure that there is the necessary programs put in place for the provincial offices to implement their stakeholder engagements, and also on administration. Sorry, I think I just.
No, it can't be taken from my time, that disturbance, Chair, definitely. No, it's you, I thought as much.
I think also on the issue of administration, I will then also ensure that all aspects in terms of improving on the human resources aspects, especially they talk about the lack of skills and all that we deal with those issues and we capacitate the organization.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick one, Chair, through you. The Constitution makes accountability by those entrusted with the state power central while entrenching citizenry participation. What is your understanding of accountability of state and citizen, and also who guards the guard? Thank you.
Well, accountability means that our decisions, first of all, we must discharge ourselves in terms of the Constitution and the law, and that we should account for our actions at whenever required to do so fully by the Constitution and the various laws that we would be subject to. So I didn't. Can you repeat the last part of the question?
Okay, is the accountability?
Oh, who gets the guards?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that there are enough safeguards in our Constitution to make sure that those exercising public power are held to account. We just have to implement. Those and ensure that everybody is held to account. I think there are sufficient safeguards in the Constitution and in the various legislation to ensure that everyone is accountable. It's an issue of implementation in most cases.
Okay, thank you. Chapter 9,
you.
institutions, and no, my other thing, Chair. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are viewed constitutionally as independent bodies. How do you if we get appointed, ensure that that perception of being independent is upheld by the citizens?
I, thank you. I think that I will discharge myself, I will discharge my duties in a manner that will indicate that I cannot be influenced by anybody. I think that also in carrying out investigations, I will ensure that, for example, not one investigator sits on important or key investigations. I will also ensure that for my own sake and for the sake of the office, I do not, where people request to come and see you and all of that, you don't do that on your own. You do that with the investigators that are responsible for the matters, so that you also build their confidence and for the office, and that you
Okay,
can
thank
always account.
The last one, Chair.
Sorry.
My time is up.
Yeah, your
Thank you.
time is up, Honorable Sema. Thank you very much. And I now move to Honorable Chanchi.
Thank you, Chair. I, just to put it on record, I've asked Honorable Magwanishe to give me his time, so I'm going to utilize it. Miss Friend Venue, you are here today. How bad do you want this position?
Well, thank you, Chair. I do want the position. I do want it for purposes of saving the public protector.
Just to confirm, so you did not come here today because you feel entitled to this?
Not at all.
Thank you. Maybe let me.
I also trust in the recruitment
the chair would say, and I'm giving you another opportunity. Is there anything else that would not have been asked that you think, so that if it comes tomorrow, you'd have said, I've declared that? Anything else you think you should tell us?
Not that I know of now.
Okay. Thank you. Let's proceed. You've spoken about you being fit and proper. Share us your understanding of what it means to be fit and proper. The Constitution doesn't define it. It says you must just be fit and proper.
I think that fit and proper first would mean that you have the necessary qualifications, but also it goes to your stature as a person, to say, are you a person of utmost honesty? Are you a person who can be, who has integrity, who can be entrusted with, who can be entrusted to act in good faith at all times? Not only when people are watching, but also when there's no one watching.
Yes. There is a case law in relation to fit and proper. Do you know about it?
I think the only issue that I know that came up would have been the Jiba matter, and that went to the issue of being admitted as an advocate and then being so. I think that is the case law that I know, but I also think that in this instance you almost require also a higher threshold in terms of what you are looking for, not just for admission as an advocate.
Thank you. Let's move to the next point. Take your water. I'll wait
I'm
for you.
almost done with it. No, I'm hoping you'll finish before I...
Thank you. No, I'm not about to finish. Thank you, Chair. Let's move to the next point. I'll be just quick on this. The evolution of this Chapter 9 institution. Have you studied that, and can you share your own understanding of how they have involved in this legislature and in the country?
Well, I think the one thing that I did have a look at in terms of the Chapter 9 institution was where the review done by the Kade Asmal initiative, where they really looked at where the offices started, what were some of the challenges that they went through, and then mostly in terms of how they were structured, how they are funded, and all of that.
Yeah, thank you. We can pause there. I'm happy with that. Maybe to conclude that issue. So the Kade Asmal exercise focus on the efficiency and the functionality of these institutions. That was 16 years ago. And 23 is 2023 now. We've just concluded a process where the focus was on the incumbent in that office. What went wrong?
I think that what went wrong was really
So
that...
I'm not giving you the full allocation for...
At least half of that is fine.
Yes, no, it's fine. Half of
course
that
it's
is
fine.
Sure.
I think what went wrong was that the person of the public protector possesses a lot of power and authority in the office and also outside of the office, and therefore you almost need a situation where that can also be to say, where do you check the accountability of that person? Because you didn't also have an issue of the investigations having gone wrong. You also have an issue of staff not being treated in a manner that was, and resources not being spent.
Thank you. My last 2 points, Chair. Thank you. Just on investigations, the Constitutional Court in the CX matter, one of the judgment it made on the PP was that she embarked on flawed investigation model. There is a case called the Mail and Guardian case on investigation. Do you know about it?
Yes, the Mail and Guardian was yes.
Okay.
And even the CX one.
Okay. So Judge Jafta, in arguing for an open inquiring mind, makes the following points: that this mind should not be unduly suspicious, should not be unduly believing. How do you navigate these two contrasts if you are to be a public protector?
I think that the way you navigate them is almost to start off your investigation as if you are completing a puzzle, to say, this is what is supposed to have gone wrong, and therefore in completing that puzzle you look at the facts, you answer the questions that help you complete the puzzle, and you complete the puzzle as far as possible, because you are almost the one office that can delve into the facts, subpoena people, get
Thank you.
documents.
Let's pause there. My last point. Have you identified any risk in this office that you pray to be the new public protector on? Any risk that you've identified, and if you did, what are those two risks that you'll put in your risk management plan?
In few seconds, 1, 2.
I think one of the risks might be loss of key staff. If you sometimes when there's uncertainty in an organization, key staff tend to want to leave, or critical staff want to leave. So for that, you need to reassure people that there's a mandate that needs to be dealt with, and how you are going to go about it. And I also think that the other risk is one that goes to the reputational damage of the organization, to say it does need to be dealt with, because
Thank you. There's water for
Thank you so much. Just last two questions from me. And what is the budget for the office?
for the public protector,
Yeah, your office.
my office now, we are sitting at, I think, 90 million, just under 90 million.
90. The appropriation is how much? The appropriated
Well,
amount?
we raise our money from levies, so that
Oh,
is
from levies.
from levies of pension fund members. That is how we receive our money.
Up to 90 million. And the staff complement?
My staff complement is 71.
Thank you very much. All right, I think that take care of the session we have with you. Thank you very much, and we wish you well back home. It was a fruitful engagement. Thanks.
Thank you
The
very
team
much.
will work you out.
Thank you.
Unless you rerun the process.
I do need the water.
Okay, we're at the end.
There's the water. Can we get 5 minutes?
2 minutes, not 5.
Yeah. How many minutes? 5 minutes. Yes. All right. All right. So we come back at Good afternoon. Oh, still morning. Yeah. Good morning, Miss Letwaba. How are you doing this morning? Yeah. Okay. All right. So they'll tell you how to operate the mic before you. Thank you very much. What is your current occupation?
Okay, before
No, just the current occupation.
yes, I just want to say something. Before we start, I'm going to ask you to raise your voice
Okay.
and make sure that you are on the mic because I use hearing aids, but now I don't have because of some circumstances beyond my control.
Or is it? Okay,
And
that's fine.
again, I'm stuttering, so don't be shocked when we go along. And then, yeah,
No, that is fine. How is it now? Can you hear me?
yes,
All right. What is your current occupation?
I'm a magistrate.
Yeah, the magistrate. Okay, no, thank you very much. What you do, like we do with others, thank you very much for honoring our invitation. We'll ask you to briefly, just for 5 minutes, indicate why you think you should be considered for nomination as a public protector. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Okay, I think I qualify based on my experience and my qualifications, and also based on the fact that I'm fit and proper person, and I am the position that I'm holding now. I am a presiding officer. I uphold the law. I'm accountable. And I exercise my duties without fear, favor, and prejudice. And I uphold the Constitution and the law. And when I look at my profession and I look at the profession of public protector, I don't see much difference. The only difference is that the public protector deals with the matters that are outside the court or beyond the reach of the court, because the court deals with a matter that are strictly the law and the legal arguments, and the public protector is mainly on the community and is there as the middle person for the legislature, for the community, and for the executive, while the court is mainly on the issues that are brought before them and where there are sanctions. And the public protector, there's no sanction. So I think where I am, it won't be difficult for me to be in this office of the public protector. It's the highest office, it's independent, and where I am also, I'm independent, and I have that authority
And when I have that authority, even when you come to court, you bow and you respect me. Hence, I have to respect myself and also have integrity and respect human rights and respect every person who comes before court.
Is bowing a sign of respect?
Pardon?
Yes. Is bowing a sign of, taking a bow a sign of respect?
It's called decorum.
And you did not
It's
bow.
only,
You did not bow before
it's
me.
only the
You did not bow before us. Okay. No, that wasn't just. Okay. Thank you very much. You started as a cleaner
yes.
and a tea lady, and in the early 90s, you worked yourself up to where you are now as a magistrate. It's
Yes.
impressive, right? And I think we should note that. How did you achieve it?
Okay. Where I come from, I'm coming from Soweto. I was not raised with a silver spoon. It was a harsh conditions. And I wanted to be different. When people were going to dancing, being on the street, I decided to be a friend with the book. And in my bedroom, I used to put, by that time it was Advocate Musineke and Advocate Mujangu. And I was still in Standard 8, I think. And I said I want to be like them. And I aimed for it. And I wanted to set an example to my friends and to those who are coming after me, that it doesn't matter where you come from, you can still make it. And the reason why I've been in that place where I was a tea lady, I knew that it's not going to be my place, but I needed to start there, to feel it, to know what it's like. But my aim, I knew that it's just a passing through to my destiny. And I'm never going to be in that. I'm going to be a middle class, or I'm going to be someone, but not a clergy. Yes.
Do you confirm the disclosures you made in your questionnaire?
Yes, I did.
Is there anything else you want to disclose or add?
Nothing.
Thank you very much. You are now going to have an opportunity with the colleagues on my right. Each will have up to 8 minutes with you. Is that correct?
Okay.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, let's then move in the same order. And I will start with Honorable Mainali Soma. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, Advocate Litwaba. Thanks, Chair. You would have identified one of the key challenges that South Africa is confronted with is unemployment. What do you, I'm speaking up, and we want to sit. Thank you. Yeah, thanks so much, and no, I appreciate your kindness, Honourable Member. What do you think are the key reasons for the structural unemployment that we have? May I repeat it, Chair, because I was a little bit
Yes.
like... Yes.
I'm asking you to be on the mic. So
If you just come closer to the mic, she has some hearing problems because she did not, she forgot her earrings
hearing support measures. What? Oh, okay.
Minus, so plus 5 minutes on. Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning, Advocate Ledwaba. Chair, you would understand, ma'am, that South Africa has got a high rate or a challenge of unemployment. With your appreciation of the structural challenges that we have, what will be your advice as to how do we change the structural eco-social outlook of South Africa?
Okay, unemployment is one of the socio-economic issues that we have in South Africa. And as a public protector, like when I started my introduction, I said the public protector is like a middle person. A public protector is there to give a voice to the voiceless, not only for the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary, and the Chapter 9 institutions and the organs of state, but for the public as well. So the public protector also play an inquisitorial role, meaning he is flexible. He can even go to the community and talk to the community. Like sometimes in Soweto and where I come from, Rama Mabulo Mushate, they have these things of imbizo. She can use that platform and educate them and advise them to be business people, to emancipate themselves, especially women.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Not to rely only on the government.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I've got limited time,
Okay,
which is
sorry.
8 minutes. I'm not pressing you to cut you off. How would you position public protector South Africa to enhance oversight of the legislator or legislators' legislative mandate and parliament? How would you enhance oversight?
Okay, we have this thing called separation of powers or doctrine of separation of powers, where each and every, or let me call it the arms of government, the legislature has its own function, the judiciary has its own function, and the executive has its own function. So the public protector is there to oversee and to assist the legislature so that when they do budget and or maybe they discuss laws or whatever, at least they know where to go, what to debate, because the public protector is assisting by giving them information, the reports that they will be getting, and that it is an overseer to check whether they do things right. It's called check and balance. As long as she is cautious not to trench the function of the other where she does not belong.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
No, thank you very much. Just a quick one, Chair. That haven't studied the case law against or towards public protector case law. What mechanisms or strategies that you would employ if you get appointed to ensure that you speed up the turnaround without compromising the quality of the output or the findings of the public protector? Thank you.
Okay. With the 8 minutes I have, I don't
No,
know
me
it
and you,
will
we
be
share.
enough. I will be fast in a point form. I will start with to check that we don't do cases that are over 2 years. That is section 6(9) of the Public Protector Act. Because if we have those cases, you might find that we are not going to go anywhere with them because they might be, if we need the witnesses, they might forget, and some they might not be found. And it can waste resources because it can end up wasting resources. Number two, I will make sure that in cases of section 7(9), I make sure that when I do it, I do provisional report first so that I can give it to whoever is affected and that person to know that there will be remedial action taken against him.
Thank you.
And then he will then, I'm going to give him time to respond. That we call it the audi alteram partem rule.
Okay. No, thank you very much. You'll segment them, you'll prioritize them. Having said that, what is your understanding of the role of the public protector in respect of requirements of the Executive Members Ethics Act?
Okay, public protector in the Executive Members Act, I think it is the only office where it can, English, is the only office where it can conduct this ethics. I know it.
That's fine. Take it easy. There is water before you. You just take just breathe in and breathe out. You'll indicate if you're fine.
The public protector, whenever the executive member is not doesn't do the code of ethics properly, then he will then step in for him to be accountable, but he cannot make remedial action, but he can write recommendation to the Parliament about that particular executive member, because it is the function of the National Assembly, the Speaker, who has to conduct that code of ethics if it was, yes, if it was pitched. It is not the function of the public protector. She will be trenching. Hence, the public protector, she needs to know her mandate. Even when she's doing the overseeing, she needs to be wise enough to know her mandate so that she cannot make other people angry due to her action, because even herself, it will be there. It will be a misconduct on her part. And the ethics code is together with the Public Protectors Act. They usually go together.
Thank you very
Okay.
much, Chair.
No,
and
thank you very
Advocate.
much,
I think it would be fair to other members because they did indicate her limitations. Thank you.
Yes, no, she did. That's the reason why I gave just 1.5 minutes extra. Thank you very much. Just to take that situation into account. All right, we now move to Advocate Bredenbach.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good morning, Madam.
Morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You say in your questionnaire, amongst challenges, you say, I identified key challenges being that of socio-economic issues, inflation rate, fuel levy, repo rate, price tag of food is high, and affect value-added tax regardless of class, infrastructure, and to name a few, service delivery. And then you suggest that the public protector needs to deal with these issues. Could you explain to me what you meant by that, please?
Oh, okay. That one, I was just giving an example about, okay, I gave scenarios in my questionnaire, if you can see. Those scenarios, case scenarios, they are coming from that because I didn't want to, it was a lot. So what I meant is section 182(4). It allows the public protector to be accessible to the community. And where I come from, I spoke about, I put myself in Soweto. I know that people are not keen to know about the interest rates. They are not keen to know about what is happening around them. And it hurts me because they run to do picketing and looting and blame the government, and yet they have TV. Instead of watching the governor talking about interest rate, they watch Uzalo that has gang-related things, and they don't learn anything. So the public protector will be there, we must be there to educate them so that they must not be like this. They must be objective and be an asset in this country, take part, because democracy is for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Leaders fought for us, even as we must continue with that legacy.
Thank you very much. And then, in your view, to what extent is an administrative decision susceptible to review under the South African constitutional order?
What?
To what extent is an administrative decision susceptible to review in the South African constitutional order?
Okay. Any decision is subject to review when a person was biased, if it's the right English. When the person when by the time he uses discretion, it was not him, it was somebody else's discretion. It is supposed to be him using the discretion, not somebody else. And when it prejudices the other party, and when the procedure was not followed properly, when it was supposed to be followed, and when is prejudice, procedure was not followed, biasness, and did not exercise discretion, somebody else exercised on his behalf, was taking favors. I think it would fall under biasness.
Thank you. And then
Yes.
finally, do I have time, Chair?
He doesn't know.
Thank you. What do you understand under the principle of legality?
Oh, I remember my lecture with that one. Is nullum sine, is nullum crime sine lege.
What does that mean?
It means where there is no law, you cannot punish.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I wanted to take it further, but it's fine.
She is fine. She's done. We're now going to move to Honorable Mawoto. She's just directly opposite you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Advocate. Are you well?
Yes, I'm well.
So I see you are currently writing a book on gender violence.
Yes.
What is the name of the book?
Joy comes in the morning.
And you've been writing it for how long?
I finished writing it, and I paid. And they gave it to me, and it was having mistakes. And I was not happy about it. And then I returned it because they wanted to launch it. I couldn't launch a book with grammatical errors. When I gave them this project, I thought they are better than me because they are the company. But it came, they cut my face like this instead of my full face. Yes.
I see. Talking about grammatical errors, the questionnaire that was sent to you, did you personally complete it?
Yes. I will tell you. Okay. I was going to tell you after because I didn't want to corrupt your mind, all of you. I was coming from church. I can't forget. It was on the 20, not coming from church. It started when I was watching TV. And I think it's Mr. Kaba was questioned by the media, by CNTV. And then he said, the people that we scored, they gave us questionnaire and the CV. We scored them according to what we have. And I was surprised. Questionnaire? What questionnaire? Because I didn't get questionnaire. Oh, maybe that's why I got 2. But they didn't tell me about questionnaire. Then it happened that I go to church after 2 days of Mr. Kaba's announcement on that. It was at 5 o'clock because a prayer starts at 6. Then I received a call that Ms. Ledwaba, we've been looking for you. I tried to send something. Did you receive questionnaire? I said, what questionnaire? The questionnaire that we sent to people, it's needed today. And I said, Booty, I am in church. And then now it's 5 o'clock, you need questionnaire, it's a load shedding. My place, when I left, it was a transformer died somewhere, it was dark. Run back, there's a load shedding, I'm in church. Do you expect me to give you whatever you want to give me now? How? I'm going to send it by email. Do you have my email? No. Okay, do you want my email? Yes. Okay, I'll give you my email, but I won't give you the questionnaire now. I'm in church. Then he gave me the questionnaire. He sent me the questionnaire, and then I didn't sit well in church. Then I took my bag and I went to my sister's house. Then she said she doesn't have a laptop. Then I round around looking for someone who can assist me. Then I decided to go to Randburg. Randburg, the lights are still dark. Then I told her that I'll give you Friday. And then Friday, Thursday, I was on leave. I don't have a laptop with me. I used the internet one. They are about to close. I did everything in a hurry,
Yeah.
and then I sent to Postnet immediately.
I see. So, Mr. Kaba, you saw him on TV.
Yes.
Does he look like any one of us here in this room?
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Let's continue. Now, what is interesting, maybe it explains why there's so many grammatic errors on your questionnaire. So in your questionnaire, you mentioned that, can I have chair? Can I be protected? You mentioned that you craft strategic plan for your office that aims to foster relationship with stakeholders.
Yeah, that one.
And then
was
you
interesting.
go and list the stakeholders, and then you say, including Chapter 9 institutions.
Yes.
And then
I
you
made a
say,
mistake.
example of a Chapter 9 is Home Affairs.
Yes, I
How
made
is
a
Home Affairs a
mistake.
Chapter 9 institution?
It's not. Home Affairs is an organ of state. It's a government.
But
It's
here
not
on your
Chapter
questionnaire,
9. That,
you say,
you know what? I wrote quickly and I sent because they said it's needed. I'm the one who's supposed to blame all of you here because you did not give me, like others, in time so that I can pay attention.
okay.
So I made grammatical error, but I pay
And wrong
attention to
examples as well.
details. Pardon?
And wrong examples, because here you are
Yeah.
very clear that example, it's on page 4. Example, Department of Home Affairs.
Yes, that one, it's a wrong example. I wanted to say another thing, and later when I opened, after four to 5 days, I've realized and I said, okay, it's done, it's done.
All right, let's carry on. My time was taken by the explanation about Mr. Clark.
Okay.
Now, over the past 3 years, have you written a judgment by yourself, and how long did it take for you to write down a judgment?
I write judgment every day.
Yeah.
We have this thing of case flow management. We are not supposed to have a judgment for 3 months. I don't know if they are those who have it after 3 months, but we are strictly monitored. We have a good manager who's strictly monitoring us, and we've got this thing called the MC15. And we've got a way of tracking our judgments. So whenever I have a case, let's say it's civil, I have a case, I will have my own turnaround time. That, okay, it will be trial. Then when they postpone for argument, I don't have a problem. It's their baby. But when I postpone for judgment, I make sure that I give it maybe 2 weeks. You know why? Because I don't want to forget it. It's still fresh. But if I prolong, I'm going to forget it. So that is why, for me, weekend, you know, when you are a magistrate, you don't only work Monday to Friday. You are there for the public. You gave yourself. So you can even go to work if you don't have a laptop and do the judgment. And when you give them a day that this time is the judgment and they don't come, at least yours is ready. Yes.
Would you support the call for the banning of alcohol advertisements, including the legislation itself?
Oh, that one, ma'am. I don't want to be political, but I'm going to answer you like I'm a revolutionist. When I stay at Rantendal, it's a suburb. When I go there, or when I go to Midrand or anywhere, do I see alcohol? No. I see the adverts that have, that will uplift you. You'll see the advert of a business, the advert of Miss South Africa. But when you go to Soweto, the first thing you enter, what you see? An alcohol. As if we are the alcoholic people. What what are we bringing? What nation are we bringing? It's painful because every Friday, I cannot even take something and say, I want to go to my mom's place and finish my book. 1, 2, 3 is bomb blast next door. Ziyaduma.
Yeah.
So this is the culture we are creating because you are telling these children that it is good to drink. When they watch TV, alcohol, alcohol, alcohol everywhere. Savannah makes you dry. What is it that you are going? They are not learning anything. We are creating problems to ourselves. They start with alcohol and they graduate to something bigger, like drugs, to make them, you understand? And the alcohol is a problem even in a family. Yes. I don't want to go further.
Now, I've given you an injury time. Honorable Nkosi Telezi.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I bow before the magistrate. I'm just having 3 questions, only 3. They are very short. How do you deal with stress? Or pressure, rather put it like, how do you deal with pressure at work?
Okay, as you've seen maybe somewhere in my CV, if it's there, I'm a Christian. Whenever I have a problem, personally, that is eating me, is killing me, I pray. And I will talk to God. And when I say amen, I'm okay. Because if you have stress, it's because you...
I know, you've answered me, yes.
All right.
So you just pray, and when you say amen, it's over.
Yes.
Do you sometimes consider professional help?
Even professional help you can, if you can see that you are not coping.
Okay.
It's not wrong to do that.
Okay.
Because you are helping yourself and others around you.
Okay. My second question, how do you deal with your own weaknesses at work?
Okay. Weakness. Sometimes a weakness can be your strong point.
Yes, I know, yes.
And sometimes it can expose you if it's...
Yeah, how do you deal with it?
Um,
You are aware that you are weak on this.
Okay.
How do you handle that?
I don't hide it.
Okay.
Because if I do, I'm not going to get help. I will talk about it.
Okay.
It's then I will get help and improve. You might find that maybe someone has a weakness like that, but he had a way to deal with it.
Okay,
Yes.
that's fine. My last question. Are you a social activist?
Yes.
Okay.
Social activist, the way I understand.
Yeah,
Maybe
that way.
it's not the way you understand me,
I
the
think
way I
it's the
understand.
way we both understand it. Are you a social activist?
Yes, because
Okay.
why I'm saying I'm a social activist, in my spare time, I like to educate. Like, we have this thing now that is becoming a challenge in our country, is gender-based violence. Is the issue close to my heart. And when there are men's conferences, I go there and I talk about it because men, the way they were taught, it's like they were not taught to respect a woman. And they need to be taught how to handle us.
Okay, no, that's
Yes.
fine, thanks. I'm okay, Chair, thank you.
Honorable Vassals?
That's a strange order. Thank you, Chairperson. Good, are we in the afternoon already? No, good morning.
I'll come back, sure. Yes, you may continue. They were just correcting me that I've jumped Honorable Khan, but you may go ahead.
Thank you. Just a quick question. With regards to remedial action, as you know, the Public Protector makes an order for remedial action in a report. But there is a challenge where organs of state do not implement the remedial action. How will you deal with that if you are the Public Protector?
Okay, that question, I think I will have lots of precedent for it. When I'm talking about precedent, I'm talking about the remedial actions that were taken by the other public protectors. Like, for an example, the remedial action. Okay, let me talk about case so that I can get the answers than to be brought. In the case of Nkandla case, they said that a Chief Justice Mogoeng said that remedial action is unfettered and situational and is binding and it's reviewable and can be set aside. And is reviewable and set aside when the public protector did not do the remedial action that is within his mandate. He stepped out of the boundary. Like, for an example, the case of President 2020, I think it's 2020, and the EFF and the Madam Speaker. Yeah, there are various cases. I'll just touch. There was a remedial action that the Parliament must amend Section 224. That one, if they refuse to implement, then I have to know that I've stepped out of the boundaries because it's not within my mandate to amend the constitution or piece of legislation or whatever. My mandate is specifically stated in Section 182 and even in the Legislative of Public Protector Act. And there was another remedial action that said, I think it was for the Code of Ethics, that the executive member to be held accountable. And the speaker stepped in and said that it is not within your powers. It is not your function. It is the function of the National Assembly. But the remedial action of Nkandla was the commission of inquiry to be conducted. And Chief Mogoeng said that one is the one that has to be binding because it is within. And he also spoke, there was a remedial action about discretionary. Then Chief Mogoeng said, the discretionary one, it is not part of the separation of powers that she can handle in the remedial action. But no one must force the president. It is within his discretion. Hence it says discretionary powers. It is his discretion. And there is no case law that says the president must be forced. So those kind of remedial action, you cannot implement something that is not in good faith. You cannot implement something that is unlawful. You cannot implement something that is out of the powers of the public protector. You'll be assisting the wrong things in the public protector.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
I'm sorry, I got absorbed in the engagement that I lost track. Let me retrace my steps. I then go back to Honorable Hlapfe. Thank you very much. And then Honorable Horn afterwards.
Thank you, Chair. I think we are rattled because we are seen on TV by the candidate. Good morning, Mayor Ledwaba. Your Worship. You are currently a magistrate.
Yes,
for about
permanent.
5 years. And it's my belief that in the judiciary, you are also placed in a position that allows you to resolve various disputes, criminal acts. Why would you want to leave your current position?
Oh, okay. I am passionate to dispense justice. The judiciary, it's not like the public protector. Judiciary I'm a magistrate in court. I handle dispute, but I cannot take it as far as that outside. Like, let me tell you an example. Let's say I deal with a case of eviction, and I can see that these people, they are in a mess. But I, the magistrate, I'm there to listen to both parties, to the evidence that is before me, and I make decision and I end there, because I don't have to be in favor, or I am confined to the law, not to the public, like their life or whatever. I'm there, I do the law, from there I take my gown, I go to my chamber, and that's it. And when you come to me, you come with the security or with the police officer. I want to be a voice of the voiceless, but where I am, I can't. It's a sanction where I am. Where I am, I put a person to jail, but what makes this person to be in jail? That socio-political issues, I can't deal with it. I'll be stepping out of my boundary. I will be disciplined.
Thank you. Now, on page 8 of your questionnaire, on the motivation why you are a suitable candidate, you are alleging that the office of the public protector has largely been focusing on high-profile cases. I want to know from you, because these high-profile cases also comes from complainants. If you are appointed, how are you going to handle high-profile cases?
You are handling them. It doesn't mean you don't, but you know, me, when I watch TV, to be honest, you know, they say a public protector is accessible to the community. but I've never seen something moving me that was done by the public protector to the community. Let me tell you why. Last year when I was nominated, that period, I went to so many young people and I asked them, do you know what is public protector? No. Do you know what is legal aid? Yes, it's in Maponya. They know legal aid. They know everything, but public protector, no one knows. Believe me, few people knows public protector.
Okay. My last question, Advocate. What is your understanding of independence within the context of public protector, and how will you make sure that you are independent in your duties if you are appointed?
Okay. To that one, I'm going to explain it in two scenarios or whatever. We have financial independence, and we have independent in section 181 of the Constitution. Let me start with this one of 181. 181 says that the public protector is independent and is strengthening constitutional democracy. And all the organs of state should support the office of the public protector or the public protector, so that the public protector can do her mandate without fear, prejudice,
Or favor?
without
Fear, favor?
fear, favor, and prejudice, and investigate into maladministration, improper conduct, proprietary, and
How will you achieve being independent if you get
yes,
appointed?
I'm coming to that one also. Remember I said two. Now there's this thing called financial independence. For the public protector to achieve that must, you know, when you are a child at home, you can't achieve anything if you are not independent. You need to be independent. Step out from the parents and start doing things.
At what
And
age?
so even the public protector must have that independency, that I am now independent. I can do it. I can open an office. I can start this. But that independency, he must have a budget. And he must be allowed to defend that budget in the parliament. Because she cannot always run to the mother body when he wants to do something in the office, when he wants to do a project. He must be independent.
Thank you, Your
Be
Worship.
able to do all those projects.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Hon, you have full 8 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, ma'am. I want to go back to your answer about how you will manage caseload, and you indicated that you will use the provisions of the Public Protector Act dealing with cases older than 2 years. You remember that? You answered about that. You spoke about that.
Yes.
Does the law totally prohibit the public protector from dealing with cases older than 2 years?
No. It is the discretion of the public protector, but must use this discretion wisely. When there is a case of over 2 years, must analyze it, look at it, and see if it's wanting. if it can proceed with it, if it can have a good remedial action or good report. Because you know what? The public protector must also protect her integrity. She mustn't take anything because it will cripple her. She must be on a fact-finding mission. Is it worthy to do this? Because it will also cripple the resources of the public protector and the funds if she's not wise. So she needs to be wise.
Okay.
So it is her discretion.
Okay, so in your initial responses on that issue, you talked about witnesses that become unavailable, or maybe it's difficult to get a hold of them. So I want to ask you, irrespective now of whether the matter is older than 2 years or not, any matter, when is it acceptable for the public protector not to ensure that material witnesses are interviewed as part of an investigation?
Can you repeat that so that I can get it?
Okay. So, in any matter, whether it is now 2 years older or whether it happened 6 months ago or 3 months ago, when is it acceptable for a public protector to close an investigation without listening to a material witness?
Okay. There are things that a public protector cannot do. Like when a person is in the public service or is under the Public Service Act, and that person did not exhaust remedies available to her, and she ran to public protector. So when the public protector received that on the first initial phase, receiving that complaint, going through it and realize that this person, is a person from NPA, for an example, or from DTI, and did not exhaust, and is a public servant, then he can give advice, not close just like that. He give advice and give the reason why he's closing it, that you did not exhaust remedies. And again...
Okay, can I rephrase my question?
Okay, maybe, yeah.
If you're acting as a magistrate,
Yes.
and the NPA fails to call a witness, it is on their head.
Okay.
You find on the basis of the evidence put in front of you as a magistrate. How will it be different if you're the public protector and you're dealing with an investigation?
Yeah, it will be different.
Explain to me how.
Yes, because public protector, if he sees that the witness that is crucial is not there, then she has to subpoena that witness to come. And then when that witness comes, then there will be an oath, then he will then, that the witness will then say whatever that he's saying, and then cross-examine. And then if he wants a legal representative, and then he will get a chance for legal representative. If he wants copies of the documents, they will make it available to him. He cannot just close it without giving the other party a chance, because maybe he did not know that he's supposed to be there if it's a witness. Unlike for magistrate, it is an adversarial position. I deal with what is in front of me, and if the plaintiff or the applicant did not bring, I'm talking about civil now, if he didn't bring his witness. I'm not going to tell him to bring his witness. It is his own failure. I'm not there to assist the attorney or the other party. I'm there to adjudicate on the case. What is before me, then I make decision. But public protector is got proactive role. He's not concentrating on what he has. Okay, let me say it quickly, taking you back to the time when the public protector was established. It was in the form of ombudsman. Other countries, like Botswana and other countries, they had ombudsman. So South Africa liked it, and they started to copy from there, and they had ombudsman. And when I read, it was like a public protector, Botswana, something like that, was the first public protector. And it was the interim constitution made ombudsman. But before that, there was legal scholars who came together and said, we need this ombudsman thing so that it can take a proactive role and investigate the maladministration. Then it became, in the interim, it became a public protector. And then even in the new constitution of 1996 was a public protector. It's where you will find the powers conferred to the public protector in section 181 and 182. That shows that he's taking an active role, not like a magistrate.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hon. Okay. Right. We'll now take Honorable Mananiso. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Okay, Mamela Dwabo, okay? One good. All right. My first question is relating to issues of Chapter 9 institutions. One good, Reno?
Yeah.
All right. I'm saying my first question is in relation to Chapter 9 institutions, as you know their role. I want you to indicate to me, to say what are the gaps between the Chapter 9 institutions and key departments that actually works on issues of civil rights that you as a magistrate could have identified as you are working with other stakeholders.
Your question is broad. I don't get it. Start it again, I'm sorry.
Okay. My question is, you understand the role of Chapter 9 institutions, right? And what is the gap that in your workspace, as a person who's been working with different stakeholders, you can say this is what you have identified as a gap between your Chapter 9 institution and key department that deals with civil rights organizations?
Okay. Let me give an example about human rights. Human Rights Commission is a Chapter 9 institution.
Sure.
Ne? And it's court, ne? And it's the person who comes in my court, ne? I will give example about eviction. Let me give you eviction. They come and say, okay, the applicant is applying to evict the defendant, ne? And then as a magistrate, I'm going to agenda, and I'm going to go to my chamber and look at, is it eviction a human rights issue? And if it's a human rights issue, what is it that is being violated? Okay? I'm going to be on a fact-finding mission now. Here's the case. I took notes. Okay, are there children here? Are there minor children in the house? That's the first question that I have to ask myself. A woman, is she employed? How many of them? What's happening? Then if they are just a victim, and they are just evicting women with children, I'm going to go back and I said, did you look at, because now the human rights, it will guide me. Then I'll say, did you look at the alternative accommodation for them before you evict them? Because otherwise it's going to be a socio-economic issue again, because they are going to be homeless and they are going to be a problem on the street. Whose problem? Us, all of us. Then human rights will say, but children cannot be on the street like this. You understand? It becomes now two organs of state. It becomes a chapter 9 and the court that now have to work together to make sure that there's justice for both parties.
Okay, so my question was with regards to the gaps.
Gap.
So we still have a gap in terms of silo working relations of Chapter 9 institutions
Yes.
and the department. So if you were to be appointed the PP, what is it that you can bring to the table as one of the mitigation remedial actions to deal with that?
You want the remedial action?
Yes, to deal with the gap that, in what I was asking you, is with regards to the challenges that we
Okay,
have.
now I understand. Remember I told you about every chapter 9 or whatever, they have their own functions. So I will make the recommendation with what is within my mandate, if it's there. But if not, I will then write a recommendation just to advise that I see a problem here, and I think Human Rights Commission will be able to deal with this issue in this particular manner. But I won't encroach on their function.
All right.
Yes.
Memale Dwaba, if you were to be appointed today, to say tomorrow you are the PP, what are your special projects that you would say, this is what I'm bringing to South Africans?
Okay. My special project will be don't laugh at me with something that I'm going to say. I'm going to create something called quality assurance or review quality assurance unit, where when the case comes, a complaint comes in the early inception. No, let's not start there because I'm starting wrong. Quality assurance unit, it will be there to assess if there is compliance, number one. I will make sure that I create a person who will be an assessor or a quality assessor to check the files of the investigating officers, whether they complied before they go to whoever who will be dealing with them. In that, let's say I will tell him to create a checklist. In that checklist, to tick the things that are there and to tick the things that need attention, and to see if ever everything is being complied with in terms of the investigation guidelines. I will create the guideline. You know why I'm saying this is because when I read the structure, I realized that the office has people has the investigators from SIU, from NPA, lawyers, advocates. Yes, they don't have forensic investigators. They don't have financial investigators. So I will make a divert team to have those who are very skillful, and they will deal with that guidelines, how to come up with a structure of guiding when the complaint comes from the first inception until the final product. Until the final product. And another thing, because you are saying, what is it that I will do? This thing of Section 194, it became a scary thing to most of the people of the removal, because it's not something that we expected in the highest office like public protector. So what I will do is to find where did we go wrong and how to learn and to rectify, so that the office, so that I bring back the integrity of the office.
Okay.
And
I think you have answered.
I'm not. Oh.
Yeah. Then my question to you is, what
I
is...
still want to pursue it. I allowed the injury time mainly to support her to finish her input, not for the next for more question. I know you still want. I know your time got taken up because of the lengthy responses.
Yes, Chair, but can I just ask
No, you
the
can
last
do it.
question?
Just do it quickly.
Okay. All right. My question to you is, what is your understanding in terms of fit for purpose? Then I'll be done.
In terms of
Fit for purpose.
fit for purpose.
Yes.
Fit for purpose.
Yeah, fit for purpose.
Fit for purpose. Okay. You have to be fit and proper. Ne? You have to be fit and proper. And you must not be in shady dealings. Ne? And you must be a person who act in good faith all the time and who uphold the law and who is honest in all your dealings, who is clean.
I think you've answered the question very well. Now, I was saying you've answered the question, and we now move to the next question. Is the last questioner, Honorable Janji?
Thank you, Chair. Melidwala, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. You are a magistrate currently. Is it acting magistrate or permanent magistrate?
Permanent.
Where?
Randburg.
Go Randburg. Could you just tell me this about that office that you are in? Do you have any part-head matters? Yes or no?
I have two.
You have two?
Yes.
Why?
Because we are rotating. Let's start there. This year, I only accumulated 2 because I just started in civil now. Where I was at debt review. We are rotating. When you are in debt review doesn't accumulate part head.
That's fine. So when are you
Yeah.
concluding those part head matters? 2 of them.
2 of them.
That you said you have
Okay,
2.
the other one is for judgment is coming on the 31st. On the 31st of this month.
Okay.
And then the other one is coming on the 12th. Something like that. Yeah.
You have no date for it.
I think it's 12 or 13. I'm not sure about the date, but I don't have a diary. But I think because we've changed that date, let me tell you why. I took a leave, ne? I took a leave. And then when they called me to tell me that you did not come, it's because I was robbed. 6 men came in the house with a gun.
Okay.
And I didn't go to work. My boss came and he said he will postpone.
Let's pause there.
Yes.
Let's pause there. Why were you transferred from Klerksdorp to Randbeck?
Krugersdorp.
Krugersdorp to Randbeck?
Yes. Thank you so much.
Why were you transferred?
Yes. I have issues about my disability. I was not accommodated.
Yes.
And I fought. I really fought hard. And then I wrote to the commission. I told them that I'm not happy. And I am not, where I was, I can say diversity was a problem.
Okay. I
Yes.
get you are not accommodated. My next question. During your time, whether it was in Klerksdorp or where you are now, is there any judgment of yours that was taken on review?
It's judgments that were taken on appeal, not review, appeal. And my judgments were upheld.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. You've answered me there. In your court, do you have any backlogs?
No, maybe it will start now because I just started in civil
Okay.
last month.
Thank you. So, just in average, even though cases are different, just
You were coming okay now, your voice is
because now we are
okay.
yeah, just in average, just in average in terms of I know cases are different. So, what would have been your longest case that you handled as a magistrate?
Yes, it was. I had a longest case in maintenance.
Why?
The respondent, was in somewhere in London. I forgot where. And he was giving us problems to come. He was a director at Dubai. It's not London. He was a director at this big bank in Dubai. And it was like maybe he was undermining the court because he was extremely rich, but he was kept on giving us the dates that he's not available. He will be available on this day.
Okay.
Yes. And finally he came. But
So how long did that take? How long, without us going into the details of it, how long did that take? You can't remember.
Not judgment, just for the two of them. It took, I think, because you know what? The postponement.
No. How long did it take? How long did it take? How long did it take?
I can say the average, it can be 3 months.
No, you can't say average. You know
Okay.
this case. This is a particular case, this maintenance.
3 months.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. And your quickest case, how long did it take?
My quickest case.
Yeah.
Not
One case that you did in record time.
in record time.
You never had that.
Yeah, I did. It's domestic. Domestic, I do it in record time because
Which is
those
what? Is it
people,
one
they
day?
are
Is it
in
one day?
distress.
Is it one day?
Look, ne, if ever a person, yes, it's one day.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Domestic is one day.
No, thank you. Now, my next point. So, before I go to my next point, so starting with the apartheid and others,
Yes.
do you know that what you're applying for, we have thousands of complaints and backlogs. So, if you're not able to complete 2 part heads, how do you wish that you would be able to handle this job?
Oh, maybe you don't understand our role. Let me explain.
No, don't. I understand the role, boss. There's a norms and standards that controls your role.
Heads,
Yes.
the part heads are not from the magistrate. No. My thing that I deal with, Mina, is judgment. I am in control of the judgment. Part head is Nina, the defendant and the applicant.
But it's your
They will
case.
come, just like when you are a prosecutor, there you are dominus litis, you can control. But I am a magistrate.
All right.
These people, they will tell you that, Your Worship, we are not available on this day. I am in Lusikisik.
Okay.
I'm going to have a matter there. Should I force them to come to court?
No, let's pause there so that we
Yes.
don't go to Lusikisik. Now, you were scary before. You were scared before about some removal. Do you know that magistrates are removed by this National Assembly from office? Have you never heard of a magistrate being removed?
Oh,
You did.
okay. Can I say something about that? And I apologize if maybe I hurt your feelings.
No.
about removal.
We're talking about magistrates. We're talking about magistrates.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Magistrates are removed.
Okay.
Yes.
Does that
Even
scare you?
Judges are removed.
Does that scare you? It doesn't.
No, it doesn't scare me, but it troubles us because it's one of our members and is being removed, and you will want to know more about it. You understand, so that you may not fall into the same trap.
Some magistrates have been removed because they're involved in bribery and other things. Would it be wrong to remove them?
No.
Okay.
At least they will show us that when you go there, this is what will happen.
Thank you,
Yes.
Magistrate Lituaba. I yield back, Chair. Thank you.
Right, colleagues. Makonisha, you want to do 1 or 2 questions? All right.
Good afternoon, Magistrate Litwaga. Loud, okay. Can you hear me now?
Don't worry, I'm going to have hearing aids soon. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Good afternoon.
You okay? Yes.
People who criticize you, what do they criticize you about?
If you want to criticize me.
Yeah, generally, most people who criticize you, what do they focus on?
Okay, when I was at the university, I'll start you from there. They used to call me fast move, and I didn't like it because I walk fast and I do things fast, but I pay attention to details. And sometimes my lecturer will check me thoroughly because he wouldn't understand why I finish early in the exam. So in my line of profession now, they give us default judgments every week. Every Monday, we get 32, sometimes we get 12, sometimes we get 18. And the most, I am not bad chatting anyone, but most they pile them. I'm not that kind. When I get default judgment, I hate procrastinating. When I get default judgment and I know that I can work while eating, there's no stress. I do my default during lunchtime. and I'll do my default even after work, and I'll tell myself that I'll leave at 5 instead of at 4. And I push. And come Thursday, I'm done. And Friday, I return them. And they criticize me about that, okay, before, my boss used to double check and double check and double check, thinking he will find something. And one day he found something, and I said, okay, I'm sorry, and then I will improve from that. But he later gave up because I finished. Criticize me, but you are going to criticize me about, are you the machine or what? It's how I am. I'm even when I clean at home and someone is cleaning and I see that he's cleaning slow, I will say, leave, I will clean. Then you criticize me that why are you not giving someone a chance? That's me. I don't like a slow person. A slow person, like a person who's very slow. I feel like she's delaying things, and that it's weakness. And when you criticize me, I take it, but I'm trying.
Are you still together?
I'm trying to learn.
Maybe you can do a follow-up now.
I'm trying to learn, and I'm trying to be like you, to be slow, but it's not me.
Okay, thank you very much. In your role as a public protector, there are two roles there. It's a role as the chief investigator, in quotes, and there is a role as an executive authority.
Yes?
An executive authority. How are you going to ensure that the two roles are in sync?
I heard about the executive role. The other one?
If you could just come closer to the mic itself.
Okay.
Yeah. And then just closer, yes?
Yeah.
As if you're talking to it, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
So my apologies.
Yes.
I'm saying that in your role as a public protector is two roles in one. The first role is your role as your chief investigator, and the second role is your role as an executive authority. How are you going to ensure that the two roles are in sync? Are in sync.
Okay, by monitoring and evaluation. And again, it's a difficult question, but let me take my time. Ne?
Please do.
Yeah. Okay, the chief investigator's role is totally different from the executive role. Executive role is a management role. It's where you manage the whole unit to make sure that things are done according to the book. And the investigation role, it's a core unit, is the unit that brings work, is the unit that must be most trusted. So, as an executive manager, I'm going to oversee this investigation unit. I'm trying. It's a very difficult question.
You'll not be an executive manager. You'll be an executive authority.
Executive what?
You'll be an executive authority.
Huh?
You will be an executive authority, not an executive manager. So you will have your CEO and your managers.
You still want to pursue it, Mkodesh?
No, I won't. No, I won't pursue it. But I'm 8 minutes. What's your call, manager?
No, you may continue. I wanted to check if you still want to pursue this line.
No.
Okay, you may go on to the next question.
Okay. What are the 3 grounds of removing a public protector?
The scary part.
Dishonesty, misconduct. You are not impressed.
No, I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm listening.
You don't have to impress him, you have to impress all of us.
Okay, it's fine. What is the majority that is required to appoint a public protector?
Majority.
What is the majority in the House that is required to appoint a public protector?
I didn't check that, but I'm going to guess. I think it's 75.
Okay, no, it's fine. Can the National Assembly suspend the public protector?
Yes. The president will
I'm talking about the National Assembly.
Let me not be in a hurry. National Assembly. President.
The question, who has the
is
power
the head
to
of-
suspend the public protect?
Who has the power?
That is the question.
The president is the head of state. Okay? And then the speaker is the head of the National Assembly. And public protector is appointed there at the National Assembly, not at the executive level.
Yes,
So
correct.
it means it's the speaker.
All right. You have been answered.
Yeah.
Do you want to make a follow-up? Are you done? You're done.
Sir? Do you want me to be done?
No, I'm checking. Okay. I was checking if you still want to make another question.
No, it's fine, Chair. Thanks. Thank you, Ms. Litova.
Thank you. Colleagues, Makonisho started at 12:13 and it's 12:21. So it was just within your 8 minutes. But I did not give you an injury time. Right. I see. All right. Colleagues, I think we've come to the end of this interview. Ma'am, thank you very much for agreeing to come to this interview. And I'm sure you learned a lot, and we also learned a lot from you. And we wish you well back home. Thank you so much. Colleagues, can we adjourn till? And can we come back at 1? No. It will be 2022 now. It will be 38 for lunch. All right.
I will agree with your time. One.
Huh?
Chair, you've spoken your good. Yeah, we're running late.
Members should limit their questions.
Wait,
No, they're still within time. They're not.
The next action comes at 1.
Yes. What better one?
Oh, then if it's the case,
So it is us who are pressed. You can
no, it's okay.
choice.
Chair, you good. What's next?
The next is
Yes.
Please.
Oh, okay.
Can you face this side? There's a...
What is this?
No, it's mine. Should I smile? I can explain. Yeah.
Okay, I'm told that it was not the candidate's fault that he is late. Yeah, and he landed on time. Is the ground transport that was arranged by our transport here, people responsible for transport in Parliament, that messed the whole thing up. What happened? Yes. I think it's the same company.
Yes, it is the same company. Instead of going to, I think it's P1, they went to P2. When they got here to Parliament, instead of dropping him off at the visitor center, they dropped him somewhere else, and then he had to walk up.
I thought we should just explain it because the whole process is publicized, it's public, and I'm doing it just to give him 1 or 2 minutes to breathe in and breathe out. And we've provided him with a bottle of water. I've not seen him drinking it, or he's made his own provision. Yeah. Professor, how are you, sir?
I am good, and you, sir?
Good, man. What time you left? You landed?
Exactly 12 o'clock.
You landed exactly 12.
And knowing Cape Town, the airport itself took me 30 minutes just to walk around and get the exit out.
Shame. Well, I'm really sorry for that. Yes. But are you happy now? We can start the interviews?
I'm happy. Yes, yes.
Okay, you are ready. Okay. No, it's fine. Thank you very much. We thank you for accepting the invitation to come and have this interview with the committee. And we've received your CV, the questionnaire, and just if I may know, do you confirm everything that you declared in the questionnaire?
Correct.
Is there anything else that you wish to declare, disclose, or add?
Not anything to my knowledge at the moment.
Okay, thank you very much. And I will give you 5 minutes to briefly state why these honorary members should consider you for appointment as a public protector. 5 minutes, and the 5 minutes starts now. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair and honorable committee members. When some people heard that I applied for these positions, the first thing that came to their mind was, am I connected? And my answers to that's exactly what the positions need. Someone who's not connected to anything or to anybody. That's what South Africa really needs at the moment. And at the moment, the office has a low confidence, public confidence, in the sense that the manner in which the previous incumbent has run it seems like it has lost its credibility. And I seems to be someone who is capable of occupying that office. That I cannot be bought, I cannot be threatened, I can only enforce what the Constitution prescribes to me as required. I can only follow what the law says. When I follow investigations or when I do my investigations, I do it without fear, favor, or prejudice. I do it to the best of my ability and confident in my findings that they will always be justified by facts and the law. and nothing else. I cannot succumb to any political pressure. I cannot succumb to any form of threat. I am capable, and my work record is a testament to that effect, that I believe that South Africa needs someone who's not connected to anything, because connected people don't sleep. I want to enjoy my sleep at night, and this is exactly what I'll continue doing to the best of my ability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are a deputy director, Faculty of Law in Mahikeng campus.
Correct. Correct.
And you completed your LLB in 2002.
LLB, 2002.
2002. And you started work, formal work, from 2004 to 2005 with the Office of the Public Protector.
That's correct. That was my first job.
That was the only experience as an investigator that you can record.
I'm also the acting commissioner of integrity for Madibeng local municipality. As part and parcel of my job is also to initiate investigations and conduct investigations that are, in line with my job responsibility. They have council oversight in as far as corruptions, ethics management, enforcement of accountability measures, lack of consequence management are some few things that I'm able to, while analyzing the municipal state of affairs, enables me also to do that.
You think that qualifies you to
investigate?
You think that, in your view, will benefit the Office of the Public Protector?
Come again, Chair?
You think that will also benefit the Office of the Public Protector?
Correctly, because if you look at the kind of mandate that I do, there is more or less similar to what the Public Protector is doing.
Yeah. Yes. And in addition, you became a lecturer, senior lecturer, and you're now the
Professor of Law.
Professor of Law.
Yes.
All right. No, thank you very much. And colleagues, I'll then open it up for the colleagues to have an engagement with you. It's each member has up to 8 minutes with the candidate. Are you ready?
Yes, Chair.
All right. Okay, so I'll start with Honorable Mananiso. Honorable Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson. Welcome, Prof. Musinyani.
Musi.
Nyani, okay. Nice to meet you, sir. The Professor of Law. When you are responding to the first question of Chairperson, you indicated that when you don't succumb to political threats.
Correct.
And as I've seen your CV, I just want to check, have you ever experienced any in your profession?
If you look at my CV, especially under Madibeng local municipality, if you don't know, it is one of the notorious municipalities in the Northwest Province, where there's rampant impunity, incompetence, maladministration. This is going to be the 6th year that the Auditor General is going to declare a disclaimed audit opinions on its state of affairs. When I was appointed there a year ago, I told Council that I'm here to help you in as far as the Auditor General's concerns are. And it is the job that I'm going to do. And I expect no one to interfere with my job. If I don't do my job, you must remove me. But the evidence that has been there that I've also noted is that there is a lack of political will in as far as the council itself to ratify my reports, my recommendations in as far as, because I've identified a lot of irregularities that requires further investigations. Some of them I've recommended to the municipality what actions needs to be taken. The council, in particular members of the executive, are playing delaying tactics, are not enabling me to support my office, which was broken into, and I continue to still do my job despite them having to declare that they don't want this office because it's formed part of the previous administration. I don't know if I've answered your questions, but that's the recent example that I can indicate to you that it still remains there.
All right. On your own understanding, what is fit for purpose?
What is?
Fit for purpose.
Fit for purpose. Fit for purpose is a test that is determined by our law in as far as to look at the overall demeanor, the integrity, the image, the reputation, and the honesty of a person. It is a test that is applied in as far as determine if someone is fit and proper for the purpose in which the person is applying for a job for. It has been elaborated quite detailed in the Mezi Simelani case in as far as the National Director of Public Prosecution case is concerned. So, in a way that you need to look at it not in a singular manner but in a holistic way, in a cumulative way, in order for you to come to an informed and objective conclusions that the person is not fit and proper for that position.
Okay. I think you understand what are the current issues and the state of affairs in the PPSA. So if you were given an opportunity to be the PP, what are your key priorities or special project that you would say that within 3 months, this is what I would focus on?
In answering your questions, I don't think 3 months will be fair and adequate to me, but this has never been done by any PP, and for the past 28 years since the existence of the public protector, to conduct a high policy level review of government state of affairs. In particular example, I'll refer to the bailing out systems, how government bail out state-owned enterprises. To date, over 586 billion has been spent on bailing out these state-owned entities. But there is no systems or guidelines in place, no monitoring systems, not even enforcement systems as to how did the money that went to SAA spend, and what is that government and the people of South Africa are getting from it. That's just one typical example. We have the water boards, 8 of them. 1 has just been liquidated. By the way, even their website now has been removed as well, I guess to protect the board of directors. But we have rampant shortage of water. People are drinking unclean and unhealthy waters, and the governance systems there as well. It's not something that anyone except the courts will look at it. This gives the public protector an opportunity to dig deeper into such. We've got the SETAs, Sector Education Training Authorities as well. The unemployment at the moment stands about 62% of the youth. And this is an opportunity where these SETAs could play an incremental role in as far as the employment and entrepreneurial development of the country is concerned. How are government measuring, monitoring the monies that they are spending or sending to the state-owned enterprises? Those are just some of the few. I've got quite a lot of them that I can mention if you can allow. But.
Sure. And your understanding on conflict resolution and conflict management?
I think we must all agree that it's highly impossible that to have an environment where there are no conflicts, an environment where everyone agrees with everyone. So in that means that you understand that there's conflict that is always going to manifest itself. You need to always understand as to how do you manage conflict on a personal level, at an employment level, and a more supervised in someone with higher authority to the lower authority. So the conflict management there entails me being able to ensure how do I resolve such kind of conflicts without necessarily alienating any of the persons that are involved. Conflict resolutions on the other side is trying to find a solution that is aimed at advancing the interest of the organizations, not of the individual. Sometimes resolving can result in one not being happy, the other one being happy. But if it's for the benefit of the organizations, it's quite really, a principled way to deal with it.
Okay. Then my last question is around the role of Chapter 9 institutions and department that actually supports them. For example, the Department of Justice in terms of issues of law enforcement. What is it that you think that it's not properly done in terms of Chapter 9 institution and these direct departments that if you were to be appointed, you would bring as an innovative mechanism?
The intergovernmental relations requires, in terms of the constitutions, all organs of state to come together and facilitate as to how can they best resolve the issues that affect the interest of the country. If I can be appointed, I will ensure that there is that cordial relationships between the two. there's this perception that the public protector should not be seen to be, in contact with these government departments. But actually, that could be a beneficial relationship if you want to think of it, that we need to be proactive, not reactive, in as far as how do we deal with, cases that are reported to us. But by opening our doors to this kind of departments, enable us to better understand their efficiency, their operations, and how can we best then even themselves assist us as well. We also seem to have an issue of budget constraints as the public protector. That is an opportunity that can also be explored there, in as far as ensuring these government departments assist in terms of Section 182 and respect the obligations, the duties of the public protector, and provide support where and when it's necessary. That does not mean that when that is done, the public protector cannot be independent, cannot be impartial.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Manaliso. Honorable Advocate Bradenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Advocate.
Do you have a copy of your questionnaire available?
Yes.
Okay, so would you turn to page 8, please?
I am there.
You suggest from paragraph 9 and onwards that for the 28 years since the establishment of the Public Protector's Office, they haven't, in your view, succeeded in tackling deep-rooted systemic challenges. You then set out how you view the office, the work that it can do, the powers that it has, and how it should be funded. And then you, in paragraph 14 on page 9, you go on to say, cognizant of the powers that the Office of the Public Protector possesses, the following are just a few examples of new high policy reviews that you intend to do and or pave the way for. And then you set them out, the review of government SOEs, bailout policy, governance of liquidated water boards, governance of all seaters, occupation of public office by unqualified personnel, right of access to adequate housing, local government sphere is dysfunctional, mediation is underutilized, and then you deal with public protector funding and litigation. Bearing in mind that I only have 8 minutes and I have other questions, could you very briefly set out for me, please, how you intend to tackle this issue that you set out here?
Section 195 of the Constitution talks about the necessity to have a public administration that is governed by democratic values and principles, amongst them ethical, highest standard of ethical, highest ethical standard and professionalism. The use of economic resources in an efficient and effective manner. So how I intend to utilize this kind of a policy review system is using Section 195 to say that National Assembly has a responsibility to ensure that the needs of the people are met. And in this instance, you find that, for example, the bailing out system itself. What is it that government gets or receives as value for money out of it? Because this is public money. The fact that it does not necessarily deals with provisions of basic services out there does not necessarily mean that that money needs to be ignored. It's still the public purse that needs to be guarded jealously. So this is how I intend to use Section 195 in as far as trying to dig deeper into these governance systems, because if a tap runs dry, it is not because the tap runs dry because there's someone who switched it off yesterday. There are certain systematic things that exist within that organization that could lead to the results of the actual results of the tap not having running water. For example, how did this Citibank water board get liquidated? And no one says anything about it. And it means everyone who was there is left off the hook. That's public money. So there needs to be accountability measures in place. So by using these policy systems is to ensure that the National Assembly, through the National Treasury, the ministers as well of finances, when they issue this kind of bailout, they are not just free handouts. They need to be properly guarded and monitored and followed and enforced as well, so that we can in the end know that the money that was went to the SAA, to the DENEL, this is the value that the public court is value for. But in the absence of that, unfortunately, it means that we are just pumping money into, state-owned enterprises, but the public purse keeps on bleeding and the taxpayers keeps on paying for it, but nothing has been said about that.
So do I understand you correctly, you're going to use your office to hold Parliament to account?
Correctly.
Then also briefly, please, could you tell me what you understand under the extent to which an administrative decision is susceptible to review under the South African Constitutional Order?
You mean under what circumstances can you review an administrative decisions under the Constitution?
Yes.
This is twofold. There are certain decisions that are not subject to Promotion of Just Administrative Actions Act. And those are national executive, the executive, the decisions of the president, the national executive, as well as the provincial executive. However, there are instances within which these ministers and the presidents that they exercise this kind of decisions that will be categorized as administrative action as well as a non-administrative action. For example, a promulgation of a bill or a bill itself, it's a legislative authority which we cannot apply budget to it. But the implementations of this policy, once it has been implemented, how is it implemented? Minister could still be held accountable under the administrative law systems, not necessarily under the Constitution. It's the same way as the public protector as well. We cannot review his or her decisions using administrative law because it's a constitutional authority. That can only be done through legality, principles. The same as the president's decisions that we cannot use budget, but rather uses the Constitution as the principles of legality to review such.
So from where does the court derive the power to review administrative action?
The court derives its power, the court as in the Constitutional Court or the High Court?
Court.
The court in general. The court derives its power from the constitutions, for example, and then others are creatures of statute. That's where they derive their power to review such kind of decisions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mawutwa.
Thank you, Chair. Prof. Dumen. Am I correct to say you did an interview on Newsroom in April 2021 regarding the matter between the former President Jacob Zuma and the Zondo Commission on his non-compliance in appearing before the Commission?
Okay. Yes.
You did?
Yes.
And in that interview, you expressed that the Constitutional Court should not have afforded the former president an opportunity to present his case. It should have just sent him straight to jail. Is that correct?
Can you say that again?
Did you, in that interview, express that the Court should not have listened to the former president? Should have just taken a decision to send him straight to jail?
I think it needs to be contextualized. It does not necessarily mean that. It means that what I have said there, it's an instance where there is no merit to the case in which you bring to the court, which essentially means that if there is no merit to your case, it means that essentially it means in this instance that President Zuma should have just been sent to court. So it is not just to say that he is not supposed to have any right in as far as when that is concerned. That's why I'm saying this should be contextualized in that line.
Yeah, but I want to understand, what did you say regarding that matter? Did you say that the Court, specifically to that case, don't generalize, on the case of Zuma and Zondo Commission, what was your view? Was your view that President Jacob Zuma should not have been afforded a chance to be listened to by the Court, but just been sent straight to jail?
Like I'm saying, context in which I
did you say that, Prof?
I don't exactly remember saying it in that particular. All I'm saying is the context in which I've said it is informed by evaluations of the case beforehand and making a determination based on the case beforehand. There is no merit in this matter being taken to the Constitutional Court.
Is that your belief that there's no merit?
Yes.
All right. In the same interview, you asserted that the judiciary serves as a cornerstone of South Africa's democracy.
Correct.
That's still your view.
Yes.
And would you consider the judiciary, including the Concord itself, to be transparent and forthright in its dealings with the general public?
Unless something comes to the fore, but my stance still remains to be, it is the cornerstone of our democracy. There has not been any tangible evidence being brought to say that it has been capable of being captured or it has been captured, and until such time, that will remain my views.
So what's your view on the, I know it's not, okay, let's leave that one. Have you overseen any doctoral students during your tenure? And how many so far?
I'm overseeing 2 at the moment. I have not completed anyone.
So at any stage of your professional journey, you say from the time you're a doctor up to now, you've seen 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Remember, I had to resign from UNISA, so it means those that were there, I have to leave them. So when I arrived in Mafikeng, in Northwest Campus University, that's where now I've started to continue afresh with new students there.
Do you have direct reports or managers reporting to you, staff reporting to you?
Yes, I've got over 30 staff that are reporting to me.
I observe that you've held the acting role of the Commissioner of Integrity at Madibeng.
Correct.
It's been over 2 years now.
Yes.
Why is that the case?
I was headhunted to assist the municipality to turn things around in establishing this office. We have 278 municipalities in South Africa. Only 4 seems to have established this kind of an office. It's eThekwini, Ekurhuleni, City of Johannesburg, and Madibeng. So it is quite a new kid on the block in as far as trying to enforce accountability over municipal state of affairs. And my job there is to say, I was instructed to establish the office, run it, until such time that the municipality is ready to appoint someone there on a permanent basis. Not on a permanent basis, on a term basis as well.
So earlier on you said there are concerns that you've raised to the municipality that are not implemented.
Correct.
Can you just give us 3 of them?
All right. We all know the infamous VBS saga. The Auditor General has made a disclaimed audit opinion and also recorded material irregularity. In that instance, it means that the Auditor Generals will keep that material irregularity on its file until such time that is resolved. When I came in there, I assessed and realized that the municipality has employed professional forensic investigators. They have submitted reports, and I've went through each and every of those reports and realized that they are not of good quality. They are not of good standard. They are not credible. They cannot be relied upon by the municipality. And some of them were still in a draft stage. But the municipality has fully paid for such kind of services. I then went to council and advised them that you cannot have any case, you are not going to win any case with these reports that you've paid for, that you are not getting value for money for. So we need to find a way in which we resolve this. For example, the VBS saga. Provincial Treasury has already investigated it through COCTA. So we managed to assist or request the National Treasury's permissions and even COCTA to give us permissions to use their VBS forensic investigation file. They agreed, and even the company that did the forensic also agreed. So I went back to council to say that council, here is the report that is ready, that needs to be referred, to be disciplined. Disciplinary boards that I've mentioned to be an issue at municipal level. Most of the municipalities do not have, including Madibeng. I advise them that because this relates to a financial misconduct, in terms of the Mizimaholo case, you cannot have a disciplinary hearing that is run without the establishment of a recognized disciplinary board. We need to put this structure in place. They listen and put that structure in place, but it is not operational for their own reasons. That's the first one. I'm not sure if...
Yeah, but you're eating on my time. Just wrap up quickly. The second one.
The second one is there was a
Which
payment.
is the major one, yeah.
Yeah, the second one was the payment of about 8 million to a company without an invoice, while the SIU has already indicated that they have concluded the investigations to be in regular contract.
So earlier on you said the funding of municipalities is an issue. We get low funding. So is the case also with the Public Protector's Office? There's limited resources. How, if you were to be a successful candidate, how are you gonna mitigate that?
Okay. Without wasting any time, I will say is mediation seems to be an alternative dispute resolution. Seems to be the quickest and the cheapest way in which you can resolve conflicts. If you look at the annual reports, most of the cases are resolved through investigations, whereas we can use the cost-effective one. The main one that I will do is the Public Protector Amendment Bill. I will push for that bill. The Auditor General seems to have a privilege in terms of the constitutions to charge government departments, state-owned enterprises for audits that they done. This is so as to capacitate the the Auditor General to execute its constitutional mandate. I will introduce that kind of an approach where certain investigations needs to be charged in as far as to mitigate against this kind of scarce funding that the public protector seems to be suffering upon. So we need as well to ensure that we maximize these state departments by referring certain matters. For example, in the PRASA, there was a PRASA investigation that the public protector has done and instructed PRASA to do a forensic investigations. These are just some of the mitigating measures where you are able to check and see which matters can best be dealt with or assisted or referred the matter to other agencies so that you can maximize this on the limited resources that we have.
Chair, still have some time. You've asserted that you execute your duties without bias, favor, or prejudice. Can you cite an instance where you acted in such a manner?
Where I've executed without fear, favor, prejudice. The Madibeng cancelled statements where I've indicated to them that I'm here to do my job, do not bother me. If you bother me, just know that I'm still going to do my job. That's the example that I can relate to you, that I'm doing my job there without fear or favor or prejudice, because some of the people that are affected there seems to be people that I have worked with, in a number of the reports, but unfortunately if the report is factual, I cannot do anything about it. I just have to push it so that they can be held accountable.
Thank you very much. May I now invite Inkosi Buthelezi.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, Prof.
Afternoon, sir.
Yeah, if you are appointed as the PP, you will be taking complex decisions. Can you just name 2 questions that you will ask yourself before taking a very complex decision?
Have I done my background investigation? Is my investigations or my findings justified on facts and also as on the law? If the remedy that I've taken, is it suitable and effective, that remedy the conduct itself?
Okay. In your interview, you overstressed your commitment to integrity, ethical culture, and you can't compromise on those. Of course, you may, if you are appointed, take over an office that has issues in this regard. How are you going to instill this culture, if you are considered?
There's one thing that we are all born ethical. Only when we grow up, that's when we begin to abandon them or to ignore them. But the minute we step into a public office, there are certain standards, ethics that are prescribed there that you need to follow. So my job when I step in there is to ensure that professional ethics, conduct that is in the public service, whoever is in that occupation complies with them without any exceptions to that.
Okay. How will you rate the importance of transparency in this position, and how are you going to promote that from top to bottom?
Transparency being that for everyone to see what I'm doing. If a political party comes to me to lodge a complaint, let it not be in closed doors, let it not be in secret, let it not be behind the curtains. Everything needs to be there. If anyone wants to see me, let it not be in the dark. Let everything to be in plain sight so everyone so that they can see. That's the simple terms of transparency.
What are some challenges that you have faced in your previous jobs that you believe have prepared you to better suit in this position?
The challenges that I experienced before that have prepared me to this, when I was the inspector, I was working for Gauteng Economic Development. There is a lot of opportunities where someone could have just been, because we're doing liquor license applications, liquor license compliance, and in Gauteng in particular. So it was easy to get money. And even if people, they just said, no, it's our culture to thank you. I don't accept that such kind of thing as long as I'm doing my job. And that has been the principles that have governed me throughout, that it's my job that needs to demonstrate who am I and what am I, where am I going, not necessarily that I need favors from anyone. I live within my means, and that's exactly that, nothing else.
If appointed, you are going to lead a team of different individuals, some highly motivated, some demotivated, of course. Which steps will you take to ensure that your employees are giving maximum output?
It's very important that you need to understand the caliber of the people that you've employed. That it's important that you do one-on-one consultations. Yes, it may take time. Some may say it's not. I've done it when I've occupied these positions, and there are a lot of things that came up during that time in order to understand better and how to know how can you best support your colleagues. I exercise an open door policy where anyone at any time, if I'm not in a meeting or working, they can come to me. And that seems to be a working thing. Secondly, I encouraged an environment where questions are asked, where decisions are taken based on decisions. And even if me in the position of authority say something that is not correct, that is not, a junior employee should just stand up and say you are not telling the truth, and these are the reasons that are. There's nothing that needs to be personal there. So I believe in authority that not necessarily threatens people, but invite people so that collective decisions can be best supported by everyone.
I think I'm okay, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Tlape.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Prof.
Good afternoon.
Oh, it's an afternoon already. Thanks. At least you're still alert. Prof, on your opening remarks, presentations, you made an interesting anecdote on connections. What would you say is at the center of the challenges that is affecting government and the country? I'm taking that from what you spoke about on connections.
We live in a country where most or majority of the services seems to be only afforded to those that are connected or those that know people that are connected. We live in a country where it has educated people, but they are ignored because they are not of a political or certain political affiliations, or they are not really connected to people. We live in a country where the Constitution promises us so much, but little has been provided to those that are actually in need of. We need, as public office bearers, take responsibility amongst ourselves that these jobs is a privilege to us, not to enrich ourselves and our families. We need to ensure that and also be mindful of the fact that we have a country to run. It's not as if once you are done with your job, you have another country to live at. How do you feel when you pass streets that sewages are running across the streets, the robots are not working, there are potholes each and everywhere, but there are people that wake up each and every day that goes to work wearing suits, going to meetings and all of that? What kind of culture, ethical culture do we actually have when we ignore so much that are visible in front of our eyes? So in that way, instance, I'll say that even people that are employed to a certain extent, like I said, I used to work for the Department of Economic Development, where my director of a legal department was a PA, former PA to an MEC, no legal qualifications. What does that do to someone who this country promised to say that go to school, education is the future? I'm not saying uneducated people should not be employed, but we need to know where is your space, because government policies there exist, they are implemented by this kind of people that have no idea as to what background do they actually come from?
Thank you, Prof. Now, having served in the Public Protector's Office for a year, that is 2004 to 2005, what assessment can you make of the PPSA since then relative to its present state?
I used to do my investigations through written format. Though I had an issue with that as an investigator, you need to stand up and go and investigate, not writing of letters. And I don't think that much has changed. That's a first. Things have evolved. Right now, Public Protector seems to deal with some of complicated financial related misconduct or transactions that me as a lawyer, I cannot investigate. So the office needs to transform itself. Yes, it does advertise to have forensic investigators amongst its team, but there is little that's of such that you can find. So the office does not really utilize its recruitment policy to attract, not just lawyers anymore, but things have changed. Even the advert, when you see it, it does not talk about mediation. It does not talk about alternative dispute resolutions. But we actually need these skills so that we can unburden the workload that the Public Protector is actually having. And if you look at my CV, the last 2 pages, I attached, I think, 2 conflict attendance certificate. That was deliberate to demonstrate to you that a mere attendance does not in any way enhance your skills. You need to be assessed in order for you to be able to be competent in that skills. I attended mediation only in 2017, and little did I know that whatever that I thought was mediation, it's not really something that is there. So the office actually needs to transform itself to that extent.
Now, Prof, rationality, reasonableness, and proportionality are critical legal principles that impact on legality. What is your understanding of testing rationality, reasonableness, and proportionality? And please give examples.
When you talk about rationality, it means that the decision that needs to be taken is a rational one, is the one that can be supported. You can justify it. Reasonableness is a method or a measure in which you take certain steps in order for you to address what you found not to be, what you found to be inadequate. So in other words, we try to assess as to whether by doing this act A, is it reasonable if we put that action in as far as solving. Proportionality is about balance. It's not necessarily taking one side, but it's about balancing the two. Now, when the court has to review a certain decisions, it's guided by these principles to say that, was the decisions of the minister rational? Was the decision of the minister supported by evidence or facts or policy? If it's not so, then it means that it cannot be regarded as reasonable. And when it's not reasonable, it also the same, it cannot necessarily be proportional to the measures that have been undertaken.
My last question, Chair. Prof, how will you position the PPSA to enhance the oversight and legislative mandate of Parliament?
How will I enhance the PP's oversight?
How will you position it,
position it
to enhance the oversight and legislative mandate of Parliament?
Is to remind Parliament that it's there to serve the people. Is to remind Parliament that the policies that they make have to have stringent monitoring, effective enforcement mechanisms in place. Is to ensure that the people's needs are catered for where they are needed. Is to ensure that policy making involved the citizens of this country. Is to ensure that whatever that they do, it's not serving their interest, but the interest of the people. They took an oath to the Constitution. They must serve so, not in allegiance to a political party, but to the Constitution itself. Because sometimes you are guided by, physical, allegiance to a political party, which does not necessarily serve the interest of the country at that particular time.
Good afternoon, Prof. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. May I have Honorable Horn?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Prof.
Afternoon, sir.
In your last answer just now, you referred to reminding Parliament that they must serve the people when they formulate policy. Can you explain to this committee how Parliament formulates policy?
Parliament, it's there to implement, to pass laws.
Yes.
And within those laws, there are policies that follows out of it. And it is in those instances that when Parliament consider these laws, considerations is also best given to the policies that follows the same legislations that they do. For example, having the Housing Act in existence, which is now implemented through policy. Parliament should not distance itself to the policy measures, but only to the legislations itself, because that cannot be separated. They need to be mindful at all times that these policies are informed by the legislations which they have passed, and they need to check and verify and confirm if such policies are still serving the legislative measures that they have passed.
So, as a professor in law, you're familiar with the principle of the separation of powers.
Yes.
So in terms of the separation of powers, on whose domain is policy making?
Policy making.
Yes.
We have the judiciary, we have the executive, and the legislature. It's the legislature that does that.
Okay, it's not. It's the executive. So, in what instances ordinarily is decisions of the executive reviewable? You touched on it a bit earlier. What's the distinction then between executive decisions and decisions administrative in nature taken by the executive?
Can you repeat the question again so that I can?
So, when are decisions of the executive reviewable?
Okay. The executive decisions are reviewable in instances where they are not rational, when they are not reasonable, and when they are not in accordance with the law. When they were taken in bad faith, for example, when they were taken influenced by other extenuating factors or external factors that cannot be justified by law, then they can be reviewed. Remember, they cannot be reviewed under the administrative. It depends as to whether that decision falls within the constitutional framework or within the administrative framework. That's when they can be.
Okay. So you said that one of the things you would change in terms of the funding of the public protector is to table or introduce the public protector amendment bill. How will you be able to do that?
The portfolio committee is tasked with presenting such a bill for consideration. So it's upon me as the public protector to propose such an amendment and convince the committee that this is the avenue in which that needs to be, to alleviate the resource constraint that the public protector is suffering.
So, and where in the Public Protector Act or the Constitution the public protector afforded that authority? To initiate legislation.
We are not initiating legislations. I'm saying I will convince the committee to initiate such a legislation to that effect. Maybe I've not said it clearly in that regard.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Vessels.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Let's go back a step. You just reflected a while back on your time with the Department of Economic Development in Gauteng. And there you had to do with the liquor board, am I right?
Yes.
And liquor licenses as well. And you reflected to your supervisor and his qualifications. But whilst you were there, did you ever see or hear about any irregularities or bribes or anything like that?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Okay. If you had, what would you have done?
I will have reported it.
Why did you leave the department?
By that time, I was having my Masters of Law, and I already started with my doctorate. And I've already reviewed and assessed that I don't think the environment within which I am best support my career, advancement where I need to be. Actually, when I resigned from the Department of Economic Development to join UNISA, I ended up earning less. So the position was not about money, but about the career growth, the career path that I was pursuing.
Prior to that, you were in the office of the Public
Public
Protector.
Protector.
Why did you leave there? You were only there for a year.
I was still young, still exploring. So I can say that's just an opportunity that once in a lifetime you will do that as you enter the employment sector.
You spoke about the environment, but when you say that you are more inclined to the academic environment, is that where you feel safe?
I will say it's at that particular moment. Yes.
Not at the moment anymore.
If national duty calls, I'm ready.
What equips you to unite? Because as a public protector, you would have to lead a team of staff members. So what equips you to unite that team and to inspire that team and to lead that team?
It's actually to invite the team to be with you. That you are not there necessarily to pull them. They are there to pull you. Because you, as the public protector, you are nothing without that team. In fact, that team is the core crop of your career during that particular time. Some of them have institutional memories. As a public protector, you may not have insight into certain things. So having that team at your back and with you there brings you that confidence.
All right, but what in your experience up until now in your career equips you to inspire that team?
My background, my experience in life, that you cannot achieve anything unless you are having a collective, because if you work with people, it requires a collective mindset, not an individual mindset.
You spoke about the new, well, actually not that new, but the Public Audit Act.
Yes.
And the power that it gives to the Auditor General to issue certificates of debt.
Yes.
And if I understood you correctly, you're saying that's something that can be explored for the public protector as well to enforce remedial action. But have you researched and do you have any facts with regards to how efficient that Public Audit Act amendment is actually being implemented with regards to certificates of debt?
It's efficient in the sense that you don't see the Auditor General mentioning in her annual report about the resource constraints. You don't see the Auditor General being unable to fulfill her mandate and says that the resources are a problem. So in that way, I will say it's because, remember, this Public Audit Act, what it does is enable the Auditor General to source private auditors to do work for the Auditor General. And in so doing, they follow the prescribed rates in which they have been accepted in terms of the Act to use. So that enabled the Auditor General with that capacity to execute their mandate.
Okay. But is it not so that the Auditor General indicated last year that she would rather, in most cases, not issue certificates of debt because when the intention was issued, municipalities already indicated that they will litigate against it?
Well, it has not been tested, and as far as I know, if the law is enforceable, it needs to be enforced. It can only be once the court has made a determination that they are unenforceable.
Do you think it is enforced currently?
In terms of the Act, it's enforced, so it's enforceable. So the
enforceable, but it's not enforced.
Come again?
It is enforceable, but is it enforced?
Yes.
Is it implemented?
Yes.
Currently?
Yes.
Okay. Last question, Chairperson. If you look at the functions and the mandate of the Public Protector, would you say that the Public Protector should initiate more investigations on its own accord? And if so, what would your criteria be to have those or to do investigations on own initiative?
Without necessarily deviating from your questions, once I come into the office, I will prescribe mediation as the first step, in which all cases needs to be subjected to new cases, so that you can check and determine as to whether you can resolve them there. Now, own initiative investigations means that the public protector's ear must always be on the ground. So it cannot be something that the public protector cannot do. In fact, it needs to be, because I propose as well to do an unannounced visit to public infrastructures. That is just another way in which you can extend that remote to say that these are the infrastructures that government should be taking care of, and they have not been taken care of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vessels. Honorable Lisoma.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon, Prof. and the visitor manager in Danisekai. Prof, in your responses that you have been giving to my colleagues, there are very interesting statements that you made, especially from the first and the second honorable member. Do you vote?
Yes, in my village.
Okay, so ordinarily you vote for a certain political party, which is good. Thank you very much. Having said that, I'm not sarcastic. One of the questions that we have given to respond to, you opted not to say yes or no in that section. And I would like to know why.
Which one?
No, I'll read it to you.
Okay.
Where it says that, are there any matters of concern that will border around honesty, integrity, and reliability, which should be brought before this committee as we engage with your good self?
And I answered.
I've gone through it, but why didn't you say yes or no?
I think maybe it was just be a simple mistake, but the fact that I've answered seems to impliedly indicate that I have.
Or it surfaced to you? Thank you. The other one that I would like to ask you, sort of a follow-up. Your understanding, because you have explained the judiciary and parliament and all that, and who makes the laws and so forth. Parliament accounts to who, and what constitutes parliament and the state? What's the difference between the two? I know as you are a professor you know it, but based on your responses, I would like to get it direct to the point.
About who parliament accounts to who?
Who's parliament? First.
Come again?
Who is parliament?
Who is parliament?
Yeah.
Parliament is the compositions of all political parties in proportionate.
Okay, what constitutes parliament?
What constitutes parliament?
Yes.
Political parties.
Okay. In the South African Constitution, it says Parliament constitute both houses, National Assembly and National Council of Provinces. And then the warm bodies comes in. Let's move. You, in your response, you said you are here when what's it? National duty calls. Then it calls. If you, that nature calls to be appointed here, what difference add value that you will put, and what compelled you to apply for the Public Protector of SA position?
I believe at one point in one's life, it needs to challenge themselves and move away from the comfort zones. I'm one of those that I believe in challenges. And actually, for applying in these positions is one of those to believe that I think I have done what is necessary for what the positions can actually is in need of, that I'm confident that I'll be best execute that duty.
Okay. Chair, through you, Prof, in one of your responses on one of the municipalities that your services were required, and you gave them a clear that who are you in terms of that if they don't take your advice, then they must release you, and you opted to release yourself on that. Here, what is your understanding of the role of the public protector in respect of requirements of the Executive Members Ethics Act? And also, who, as the public protector, in terms of the mandate, I know that in terms of removal and appointment is a different process, but in your understanding, public protector accounts to who? Stroke independence, in your understanding in that space?
The public protector comes to the National Assembly.
Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Honorable Soma. Honorable Makwanisha.
Afternoon, sir.
People who know you, how would they describe you and how would they describe your leadership style?
Those who know me will know that I'm a simple person who is brutally honest, who does not believe in shortcuts. And those that work with me will understand or will tell you that I support everyone. It is my desire to see everyone succeed. It is my desire to see anyone happy in the employment environment, because that's where you spend the majority of your existence, your lifespan. So it's one of those things that they know and associate myself with, that we are not here to be miserable. We are here to do our work, and let's do it while we support each other.
How do you handle criticism from others?
I love it, because it is only through criticism that you will best understand certain things that you thought you were doing right. And as long as it's leveled in a constructive manner and it's not aimed at undermining you.
What was your largest contingent of people you supervise that were reporting to you?
Supervisions in terms of studies or
not studies.
The largest right now is 30.
30?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Now, we have a Public Protector Act that predates the Constitution. And we have indicated that you would want to initiate or ask that there should be amendments. Which areas specifically would you want to amend broadly? What are the big challenges, except the one of fees? What are the challenges with the current Public Protector Act?
I won't say I have any at the moment that I think best requires the portfolio committee to deal with, except that one of funding.
How would you deal with the synergy between being the chief investigator and being the executive authority?
At the moment, I'm a professor of law, I lecture. At the same time, I'm in management. So I still do simultaneously these two responsibilities. So it will not necessarily be a shock for me to be the chief investigator and also in executive management at the moment. It's all about, how you organized your work in a timely manner.
But you will be having the executive management under you, but you'll be an executive authority.
Yes. How will I manage?
Yes.
Like I said, it is not something that is out of the ordinary from what I'm already doing. So there it will be at a high level where it's necessary to delegate, certain responsibilities to my executive management that are in line with their job descriptions, so that I must not be seen to have centralized, everything and overburdening me as the chief executive as well.
How would you deal with the executive authority, executive management,
interferes. We are guided by prescripts, your policies and the law, and only when there is non-compliance with such, I will not hesitate to take decisive actions. Because we are all professionals, we are guided by certain rules and standards, and those are the only ones that best drive everyone to do their job.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makwanishe. Honorable Judge.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Ndade Musinya,
Sir,
you good?
I'm good.
Okay. Just a few issues to raise. I want to pick up first from what my colleague, Honorable Horn, has identified. Just to be in line with that. Firstly, what is your understanding of the mandate of the public protector? What is the actual mandate of the public protector?
The mandate of the public protector is in terms of Section 182 to investigate conduct in public administration and in all spheres of government that may result in impropriety or potential prejudice. Once the investigation is done, is now to write reports, to report on those conducts. Once that has been done, to take remedial actions in as far as that is concerned. That's exactly the mandate of the public protector.
So that's the mandate.
Yes.
You do agree with me that in the mandate that you've just run through with me, there's nothing that is policy making in that.
Correct.
Is that correct? You agree? Now, when you are asked about what you would do, you proposed a wholesale policy review, basically for the country.
Yes.
That if you are to be appointed as a new public protector, that's what you would do. And you start from A to I in terms of the areas that you have raised. Why did you do that? Didn't think that that is a role for somebody else and not the public protector, because you seem to understand the mandate of this office?
I will disagree with you in that context. To say that in as much as it's policy, it is how that policy that is being implemented that may result in incompetence, maladministrations, corruption, lack of consequence management. That in so doing, I will not necessarily use to say this is a policy review, but rather undertake that may remove route of investigation and using Section 195 as well as a supplement to that effect. So it does not necessarily say that the manner in which I am doing it is narrowly a policy review, but actually identified something that Parliament has not taken heed of.
Okay, let's pause there. So in that review, would I be correct that it would be better that you would identify this need for review, and you would ask the relevant authority to do that review? Would that be correct, and not the public protector?
For example, I will take the SAA, that National Treasury, you gave a bailout to the SAA in this kind of amount. Provide me with measures that you've put in place, how this bailout has worked out, how it has been implemented, how it has been how have you monitored it, and what is the value for money that we've got from it.
Have you read the judgment on the CX matter, the South African Reserve Bank?
Correct.
So what did the court find against the public protector in relation to the remedial action that the public protector wanted Parliament to do?
Remember, what the public protector wanted to do there was to instruct Parliament to amend the Constitution. Okay. And even also to consider the mandate of the Reserve Bank.
And how would that be different from you doing policy review?
Like I said, you need to contextualize what I'm saying to say is that I need to just pick one bailout, South African Airways, and ask National Treasury that you have paid or you have given the SAA so much of billions. I want you to provide me with the report in as far as whether the money that was provided for, it's value for money.
Okay, let's pause there. You are a professor.
Correct.
In which field or department are you a professor? Public or private law?
My interest is on public law.
Public law.
Yes.
Thank you. Chairperson, I pause there.
You pause there.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I just want to check, is deputy director an equivalent of a deputy dean?
No.
So what's the difference
It's,
between the two?
Deputy director, then I have my director, Mr. Masilo, and then the deputy dean, and then the executive dean. So it's four. It's lower in the fourth level of authority.
No, I had to ask that because during our time we never had
Something like
directors, yeah, something like this. Okay. And last time you were here in 2016, isn't it?
No, my CV never even reached you.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I only saw that at Corruption Watch, but it was never even on the final list of candidates who applied.
Oh, okay, okay. I said that I saw your name coming up in Koki. No, thank you very much. I think we've come to the end of the interview, and we thank you that you availed yourself and you're able to share your experiences with us. We wish you well as you take your journey back home. Thank you so much. The team will escort you out and then escort another candidate in. But in the meantime, colleagues, I think we can take a few minutes break because the other candidate is coming at half past. So it means that we have the whole 7 minutes to ourselves.
I'm not escorting you out. You should escort. Now you look like I'm escorting you out.
All our minutes
My leader. How are you? How are you, my leader? I'm fine, Chair. I'm very well. Thank you so much. Welcome.
I want to tell you that.
There was no point.
This
one? No, there was no point.
Okay.
No, no point.
How are you? Confidence.
Colleagues, let me welcome Advocate Kollega Galega. Good afternoon. How are you,
Good
ma'am?
afternoon, Chairperson, and good afternoon to the honorable panel members. I'm very well, thank you.
Good, thank you very much. We wish to thank you for accepting the invitation to come and have these interviews with the colleagues. How we do it, we afford the candidate 5 minutes to state why he or she should be considered for nomination as a public protector. You are already a deputy public protector, acting public protector, so we are aware of that. And after that, you will then come back to confirm the disclosures that you have made in the questionnaire and check if there is anything else that you want to disclose or add. Let's start with the 5 minutes presentation, and the 5 minutes starts now. Over to you, Deputy Public Protector.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good afternoon once more to the honorable panel members. As per my CV, I have an LLB degree. I have a master's in commercial law, and I'm currently developing myself in the field of cybersecurity governance. This is because of my passion around the area of cybersecurity governance. I started off my career in the National Prosecuting Authority. I think the highlights of my career in the NPA was serving the members of the public. I started off as a trainee prosecutor. However, I managed a court where I dealt mostly with matters of domestic violence, and that has been where I learned on the plights of the people, particularly those of women within our country. I went on to prosecute in the regional court, where there too I was a specialist prosecutor in sexual offenses, and at times I would also do matters of fraud within the court. What was more peculiar was also being able to pick up some of the economic factors which affect our countries. I also prosecuted in the Western area, which indeed today we still find ourselves under the same challenges of illegal mining in our country. I personally prosecuted those matters and also had taken the opportunity to go down into the mines and see the conditions under which the illegal miners live. And thereon also we had discovered that some of these illegal miners were trafficked into the country. It is still the major challenges that our country is going through. As a result, in my current acting position, I have also engaged the Ombudsman of Lesotho to discuss the circumstances around this and see how can we assist one another to resolve at least the administrative challenges that permit this kind of movement between our two countries. I then moved on to prosecute in the High Court. There I had extensive exposure, not just in the criminal court, but also in the motion court. And I have also, the time I left the NPA, I was the Senior Deputy Director of Public Prosecutions, but I still maintained prosecuting because litigation was my passion. That really exposed me at a higher level on legal work, drafting not just matters for the High Court, but matters for the Supreme Court of Appeal and Constitutional Court, where my colleagues were appearing. I would be the checking officer in respect of those matters. That has then equipped me for the further roles which I took of a deeper understanding of the law, but also on the challenges that are faced by the people of South Africa. I took up the position of being an advisor, for which I had been an advisor to 2 different ministers, advising on the law, on governance and administration. In that position, it actually exposed me to the work of the executive authority. I was basically the sole advisor in respect of those issues and had to abreast myself on deeper matters regarding the governance in our country. I worked in the departments of Home Affairs, as well as Finance and the Department of Public Service and Administration. There was a period through which I also conducted some workshops regarding gender-based violence, assisting the Department of Community Safety in Gauteng, but also served on the committee that looked into the state of municipalities in Gauteng, which gave me further exposure in the state of governance within the municipalities, particularly in the metros of this country. I then moved as Deputy Public Protector, a position I still hold and honor dearly, where I then worked in the Office of the Public Protector as a deputy. There I was exposed to the governance and operations of the Office of the Public Protector. I was also exposed to acting as the Public Protector in 2021. I was able to release reports, about 14 reports of my own accord, but also it gave me the opportunity to know the institution deeper, to understand the people behind the work of the Public Protector. Furthermore, on the unfaithful night of the 9th of June, I was bestowed with acting as Public Protector to date. Unlike other people who would arrive at the Office of the Public Protector with a plan, having had the opportunity to probably put together a vision, I didn't have that. I had to dive in and take charge and lead during a huge crisis that befell the Office of the Public Protector and be able to instill confidence into the staff of the Public Protector. On the first day, I held a staff meeting, but all is well. The institute will continue with its mentioning the institution. What is critical on the work that we've done, we've managed to finalize the analysis of jurisprudence that has shaped our mandate to date, and we have accordingly also looked into the developments within our country which affect the Public Protector Act, and we have finalized and submitted our proposed amendments to the Department of Justice. And further to that, we have also made some policy changes within the institution to ensure that we strengthen quality assurance, we strengthen our investigations, and we are in line with the law which has been set even by the highest courts, and that at least we move towards being fit for purpose as an institution. But most importantly, Chair, I am really heartened by the observations of the Constitutional Court in the recent judgment regarding the suspension of the Public Protector, where the court observed that on the basis of the affidavit that I had submitted to the Western Cape High Court, that the institution actually seemed to be conducting its core business well.
Thank you so much. And can we, do you confirm that the disclosures you made in the questionnaire, do you confirm the disclosures you made in the questionnaire?
I confirm, Chairperson.
Is there anything else you want to disclose or explain?
Nothing further, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you. Under what circumstances does the acting terminate?
It terminates under the circumstances that there is a permanent Public Protector.
So until this committee and the president fill, let me say until the president fill the position.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Thank you. All right. So you will have the opportunity with their colleagues. So they each have 7 minutes with you. Sorry. Well, no, please don't say that, because there are 2 members who are owing me 2 minutes. So it's an opportunity to deduct those 2 minutes. Okay. Now I start the 8 minutes. In the 8 minutes, it's a two-way conversation. All right? I'm not going to interrupt. Right, I start with Honorable, what do I start with? I start with Honorable Chape.
No, thank you, Chair. Thanks for the honor. Good afternoon, Advocate Kaleka.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chape.
Yeah, let's go to your questionnaire. You have identified lack of economic growth as one of the key challenges inhibiting growth of our economy. What are the main reasons for this lack of growth in the economy? And what, in your opinion, should the role of the PP be in ensuring inclusive economic growth?
Honorable Chape, if I just want to start on the substantiated facts. The IMF releases its statement consistently on the country upon assessing the country. And part of the statement reflects that government fails to implement governance reforms. And as a result, the systems remain vulnerable to corruption. Now, that is one of the main factors. But as a country, we have an historical background of poverty, inequality. Therefore, those are some of the factors that have contributed. But most importantly, we come from a state of COVID-19, which also had a huge bearing on unemployment, on inequality, on poverty within our country. Therefore, for me, those are the main factors that really affect the growth of our economy. The Office of the Public Protector is very clear in line with its mandate that it is to investigate maladministration. So in addressing the issues of corruption, the maladministration that gives rise to the corruption within our country and the powers that we have, if at least government would cooperate in regard to the implementation of the remedial action, because most of our remedial actions are reformative. For instance, if you look at the non-implementation of the Financial Action Task Force recommendations which resulted in the country being grey-listed, those are part of the factors that actually resulted in the low or close to non-growth in the economy. Now, this is also supporting the fact that governance reforms are not being implemented, not just those of the public protector.
I'm sorry to interject. Thank you, because we have some few questions. We just have 8 minutes between us. Now, in your opening remarks, you touched on being exposed to the socio-economic issues of our people. What, in your view, is the reason for the rising cost of living, and what measures should be employed to curb this?
Obviously, when there's low economic growth, there would be a rise in the cost of living. For instance, the inflation rate would go higher. Also, the unemployment and the other factors which I have mentioned.
Advocate the rationality, reasonableness, and proportionality are critical legal principles that impact on legality. What is your understanding of testing rationality, reasonableness, and proportionality? And you can give examples.
When applying a discretion, the principle of legality applies. And therefore, in doing so, this principle, it's actually a constitutional control to ensure that functionaries exercise public power in a manner that is procedurally fair, in a manner that is reasonable, and in a manner that it is legal, to ensure that it doesn't abuse its power and also it doesn't infringe upon rights. Now, we've had several judgments as the Office of the Public Protector against us in this respect, and in one of them, in the matter of Mbina Mthembu versus the Public Protector, the principle of legality also came up, where the court found that we had to show that there was irrationality and disproportionality in the exercise of the public power. But further that, in the matter of the South African Reserve Bank, the issue of the manner in which the public protector exercised her discretionary powers came up. And the court said, if the discretion is exercised in a true form, the courts would not willy-nilly interfere with that discretion. And furthermore, that if you can prove that the options that you've opted for are legally permissible options. So basically, this is a constitutional imperative that is there to protect those against the abuse of public power.
Advocate, the Public Protector Act bestows powers to the public protector to delegate certain responsibilities to the deputy public protector. What role will you delegate to your deputy if you are appointed? And do you think the deputies are given sufficient functions?
First and foremost, let me refer to the Public Protector in that respect. It says that the Public Protector will be assisted by the Deputy Public Protector and staff in the Office of the Public Protector. And further, that in exercising the powers, the Public Protector must ensure that it sets steps which are necessary to ensure that the Public Protector is independent, that it exercises its power impartially, justly, but also that it is able to conduct proper investigations. Now, in delegating powers to the Deputy Public Protector, firstly, for me, and if you look at the Kaida Asmal report, it is an internal governance issues, where you have to assess the work of the institution. Secondly, the exposure of the Deputy Public Protector. What are they exposed to? What is their experience? But also, what is their interest? So that also you help them in their interest. So I would delegate most of the powers to the Deputy Public Protector, but also I would ensure, because we've got standard operating procedures and guidelines of investigations, but the line of governance matters within the institution. So I would ensure that besides what would be delegated to the Deputy Public Protector in line with their expertise at the time, whilst they are abreasting themselves of the operations and the governance of the institution, but I would expose them to the entire work of the institution that comes through to the Public Protector, because it is important that we realize what is envisaged in the Public Protector Act, that the Public Protector must be assisted by the Deputy Public Protector, and there's no limitations in respect of that. And that is also to ensure independence, it is to ensure impartiality, but most importantly, that there is another eye at that level that is able to look into the matter before the Public Protector does.
On our last minute, how will you position the PPSA to enhance the oversight and legislative mandate of Parliament?
What is critical, it's something that we've actually discussed as an institution, is the issue of data and analytics, which we currently lack, but we are working on and we are trying to get it internally. Firstly, the SANGA produces data on public protest, for instance, throughout the municipal areas, and also the Statistician General releases data, in respect of the state of the country. Now, it is important to look at those vis-a-vis the petitions that go through to Parliament as well as the legislature, to look into whether there is a correlation between this data and the petitions that are being received, and whether they are being dealt with timelessly and so forth, and whether they are not the ones which lead to some of the deficiencies which leads into protests, but also to ensure that we are able to have that constant oversight into Parliament and be proactive rather than the reactive role that we currently play.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Advocate Bredenbach.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks. Good afternoon, Mr. Kaleka.
Good afternoon, Honourable Breitenbach.
Mr. Chair, I declare up front that I know the candidate, in as much as we both were employed at the National Prosecuting Authority at the same time, or well, times there overlapped, and I've had certain dealings with her at the Public Protector's Office. I don't believe that I'm biased one way or the other.
Thank you.
In your view, what are the two most important characteristics of a public protector?
A public protector must have a judicious temperament. They must be utmostly honest. They must have integrity.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's deal with the National Prosecuting Authority history first. To the best of my recollection, you were the chairperson of the Prosecutors Association?
Indeed.
During the tenure of, amongst others, Menzi Simelane.
Indeed.
And the association under your leadership, and I believe you yourself were quite vocally supportive of Simelane.
I was supportive of the transformation agenda, which he stood for. It is an agenda I still support, even in the Office of the Public Protector. It is an agenda that I have stood by even then. Any form of racism, whether it is against any other race against the other, I will stand against, and I would support anyone in that aspect, and I have done so even where I am at today.
Okay, that's neatly deflected, but that wasn't his only agenda, and we both know it. And everyone else in this room knows it. His agenda is, and his legacy at the NPA.
Sorry, but he's not here to defend himself.
Simelane.
Are you talking about, referring to Simelane?
I'm talking about Menzi Simelane. And he doesn't need to be here to defend himself. He's been found not fit and proper in a court of law.
I'm saying before you is the candidate, but please go ahead.
So Simelane was found by a court to be not fit and proper, and his agenda at the NPA was one of destruction, and we're both aware of that. So his agenda wasn't only transformation, and my interest is more in your support of his other agenda.
I couldn't have been in support of any other agenda. At the time, I didn't serve on the EXCO of the National Prosecuting Authority. I wasn't part of any decision-making of the National Prosecuting Authority. I had no idea of any of his other agendas. I did not know Advocate Simelane from a personal perspective. I only knew him as the National Director of Public Prosecutions. And my engagements with him were in meetings, in office meetings, and regarding challenges that we had at the South Gauteng division regarding racism and issues of transformation in particular.
His agenda to disband specialist units and scatter specialist skills to the far corners of the earth. You had no difficulty with that, and neither did the organization that you chaired.
I was not part of any of the decisions that Advocate Simelane embarked on. We were not consulted as the Society of State Advocates regarding the decisions that Advocate Simelane had embarked on. And as an association, and is what you might be well aware of, Honorable Breitenbach, is that you act on the mandate of your members.
Neither did yourself or the association have anything to say about Jiba, who was similarly found to be not fit and proper.
I was not the chairperson of the Society of State Advocates at the time. I had my own challenges at the National Prosecuting at the time, which arose from my initiation of the prosecution of Mr. Richard Mdluli.
Quite. So, that's being gotten out of the way. What is your understanding to the extent to which an administrative decision is susceptible to review under South African constitutional order?
Well, the decision is susceptible to review. Once more, I will reflect on the principle of legality, particularly that of the public protector, because firstly, the public protector needs to establish jurisdiction and thereafter apply its discretion. Now, the discretion needs to be in line with what is envisaged in the Constitution. It needs to be applied in a manner, as I have stated, that is just, that is reasonable, and that is in line with the law. The Constitution is the supreme law of the country, so every decision that is being taken, it must be in line with the supremacy of the Constitution. As well, even if it is in line with the law, that law must be in line with the Constitution, because it must ensure that there is fairness, there is equality in the execution of that particular decision, and it doesn't infringe on any other rights.
Okay, thank you. I must ask you to try and be brief because we only have a short period of time. From where does the court derive its powers to review administrative action?
Administrative action, it derives from PAJA.
In your questionnaire, I don't know if you have one with you, on page 9, under the heading redress, you've said that as the public protector, one of my priorities would be to continue to monitor the implementation of our remedial action, as I have already begun engaging the Presidency and the Speaker of the National Assembly to provide periodic implementation reports to the public protector. Can you just expand on that, please?
The Zondo Commission derives from the remedial action of the public protector under the leadership of Advocate Madonsela, where part of the remedies was that the President should set up a commission of inquiry to further investigate the matters that the public protector had sort of made preliminary views on, because she could not continue with further investigation because of a lack of resources. So therefore, the Zondo Commission is a remedial action of the public protector, and we believe that it rests upon us to then follow up on the implementation, as same as the Zondo Commission was a mere commission and it ceased its existence at the time when the commission finished its work.
Thank you, Chair. I'm done.
Thank you very much. The next person is Honorable Maudwe.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mountain.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. And how do you do?
Good. So we've seen reports that you were elected as a leader of one of the organs of the ANC at some point, and you also served in the office of the Minister of Home Affairs and Treasury in the political office. How up to date is your membership of the ANC?
I possess no membership of the ANC of any other political party.
Since when?
I think it's about a decade now.
Okay. And then we've seen reports last week from the South African Reserve Bank that says that at their disposal there's no transaction that they can find between with Phala Farm. Your report, page 11 of your final report, and 241, says that, and I quote, you suggested that the 10 million located in Tabanyoni is from a private cash transaction. Do you still stand by that?
The report by the Reserve Bank is that there was no concluded sale between the buyer and the seller. Our report and our investigations did not investigate the sale because we do not have the powers to do so. It is a private matter that doesn't fall within the ambits of the public protector. Our role and our mandate is to investigate state affairs.
But you said it emanates from a private cash transaction. I'm asking, do you still stand by that?
Yes, I stand by it because we didn't say it is a sale. We didn't confirm that there was a legal sale which took place. We worked on what was before us, but ours was to deal with the issues that involves public administration and which were also regulated in terms of the Executive Ethics Members Act, and not the sale, or to confirm whether there was a sale or not and whether the sale took the form of being perfected or finalized. That was not in our mandate, and it is not what we investigated.
I'll come to the ethics question later. Where were you born?
I was born in Johannesburg.
And KZN?
My home is in KZN, previously the Eastern Cape, but it was then redemarcated into KwaZulu-Natal.
So before you were appointed as the advisor of the former Minister of Home Affairs, there's a security screening that was done, and you failed it the first time around. Why?
The security?
Clearance or security screening.
I've never failed the security screening.
Okay. What is your interpretation of the term ethics? You spoke about it earlier on.
The interpretation of the term ethics, basically, it is the character of one, the exercise that they would perform and how they would perform it, which would have to be moral. Even if there is no regulation in that regard, one would have to do what is right. What is not, might not be necessarily regulated by law, but it is right in terms of public morals, the society in which we are in, and in good faith.
Do you think you're an ethical person?
Indeed, I am.
Why? What makes you think that?
I believe I am an ethical person because that is how I conduct myself, that is my characteristic as a human being, and that is how I have performed my duties from the first day I was employed to date.
Would you consider an ethical conduct in a situation where you abruptly terminate your funding for the public protector?
Would you kindly elaborate on that?
Terminated your funding towards the legal fees of the public protector. Would you consider that an ethical conduct?
Of course, yes. It is in line with the Constitution. As a person who is vested with the exercise of public power, Section 195 of the Constitution states that I need to do so in a manner that is economical, that is efficient and effective. And having done that, it is in line with the Constitution, it is in line with my roles and responsibilities as the executive authority or accounting authority of Public Protector South Africa, where I have to take in line, have oversight over governance and the finances of the Public Protector and act in the best interest of the institution in line with what is budgeted for and what the institution can afford.
Do you believe you are equipped with to execute the responsibilities of the Office of the Public Protector in strict adherence to the law?
Having acted in this position and having been the Deputy Public Protector, I've been with the office for over 3.5 years. Indeed, I believe so. I have done so with the collective that I lead, and we have done so to the best of our abilities in line with the law and other legal prescripts, and we have done so ethically and with integrity.
Does that include submission of reports on time?
Submission of reports is in line, firstly, with the capacity and the capability of the institution, looking into the complexity of the particular matter, but of course looking into the legal prescripts which are applicable to that matter, and whether there is adherence to the investigation plan and so forth. So it is a multifaceted of issues that one has to look into. And where one is unable to submit a report on time, one follows the applicable prescripts of what needs to be done in such instances.
How long did it take you to release the Pala report?
It took us about a year to
Why?
release the Pala report. First and foremost, if you would go back even into the presentation that Advocate Mkwebane had done to the cabinet, where she stated very clearly that because of the resources, human resource and the financial resources of the public protector was unable to conclude EMEA matters within the 30-day period. However, it is not illegal not to conclude within the 30-day period, because the Act makes further provision that where the public protector is unable to conclude within 30 days, they must then report to the next level. If it is the president, we report it to the speaker, even though there is no provision for that within EMEA, and therefore there was no law that was infringed. And furthermore, there hasn't been a single EMEA case by the public protector that has been concluded within 30 days. If you look into the precedent, in fact, Pala is one of the matters which was concluded speedily within the resources that we had, looking into the complexity of the matter, the amount of evidence that we had to
I'm running out of
accumulate
time. I want to
into
move
the
to your
matter.
next question.
I just wanted to adequately answer your
You
question.
can ask Chairperson to give more time, but I don't have time. So what's your interpretation of section 96.2 of the Constitution, which relates to the members of the cabinet?
It is that we need to ensure, we are also vested with that particular section in our investigations. We need to ensure that members of the cabinet conduct themselves ethically.
Including the president?
Including the president.
Yes. Continue.
Indeed. Ethically in exercising their public power and duties.
And that they can't undertake any other paid work?
Indeed so, the Constitution states so, and so does the Act. They cannot undertake any paid work.
What's your comment on the Phala one, where the president himself said the money was stolen from his farm?
Honorable, if you look at case law that is there, I will make an example with the case of the former Premier of the Western Cape, Zilla, where the court said, when conducting an investigation where statements have been made, it needs to be contextualized. You need to look into what would be a reasonable person with an ordinary intellectual mind. So not just, there must be an ordinary intellect. How would they interpret that? Now, as an investigation authority or body, we had to conduct investigation, look into the total circumstances, look into the law, and then come up with what had taken place. Would that be described as paid work or not? And we came to the conclusion that it is, in fact, a financial interest and not paid work.
And you still stand by that it's just a financial transaction?
Indeed.
No further questions.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maudu. Nkosi Buthelezi, over to you in the visit.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings, Advocate. I've got two questions for you. And my questions are very brief, and I expect such answers. In your position as a Deputy Public Protector, what gaps have you identified in the management of the office, and what limitations did you face which restricted you from addressing those gaps? If you are now given an opportunity to serve as the Public Protector, what will you do to address those?
First and foremost, the gaps that I identified is that there was no flow in relationship. There was no collegial relationship between the Public Protector, and this is now the private office that I'm speaking about, not just the individual, and the institution. Secondly, the gaps that I identified is that the institution was not doing continuous reviews on itself as a legal institution. And the third gap, amongst many others, was that there was no culture of learning, training, and development within the institution. The limitations that I faced as the Deputy Public Protector, first and foremost, is that I was not the final decision maker on the issues. I did do an assessment, I identified the gaps, and I brought those to the attention of the Public Protector. Now, what I have already done as the acting Public Protector is that first and foremost, even at the time when I was acting, I had purchased books for the library, both e-books and books that would be at the library to ensure that at least we develop some culture of learning within the institution. But secondly, what I've done now during my acting period was to ensure that we refresh and upskill our research and library capacity, which the University of KwaZulu-Natal has assisted us with. And what I've further done, I've inculcated the culture of the NPA, where there's really no barrier between the head of the institution and the staff, and open argument and discussions on legal aspects.
Okay. What do you consider as your greatest regret in the course of executing your duties that you will try to avoid in the future?
Impatience. I coming from the outside, and when you go into an institution, you go in with assumptions that you expect the institution to be at a certain level, and therefore things are supposed to flow at a certain level. And therefore, I became a little bit impatient, particularly in my first year at the Public Protector. But I must say, I have grown immensely, and I have learned to walk with the team, and even the slowest member of the team, and be able to lift them up to be at the level of at least the middle member of the team.
You consider yourself a very strong leader? not easily influenced? If that's the case, can you make reference to a particular instance where this has been proven?
Indeed, I am a strong leader because I believe in collaborative leadership. I do not lead alone. The instance where this has happened, it was when there was a political march to the Office of the Public Protector that was led by the Economic Freedom Front. To
Freedom
get
fighters.
freedom fighters, apologies. Apologies.
With nothing to do with
for
front,
that. Economic freedom fighters, together with other parties in Parliament. In that instance, I had to take the front line.
Okay.
I had to be able to be resilient and to be courageous to ensure that the institution stands by its independence, it stands by its impartiality, and it does its work without any fear, favor, or prejudice.
Okay. We have made reference to working in a collective, I think twice. What value do you think is derived rather from synergism?
What value is derived from there, first and foremost, it's extensive and proper investigations in respect of our work, but also you minimize the risks of mistakes.
Okay.
But looking at the history of our institution is that you build confidence, you build teamwork, you build courage amongst your team members, but most importantly, you inculcate the culture of independence and impartiality because there's sufficient checks and balances and due diligence and peer review that takes place.
Okay, my last question, Chair. Having served alongside the outgoing public protector and experiencing firsthand the impact of Section 194 inquiry and the public perception and trust in the impartiality of the office, how would you work to restore the public trust of the office should you be appointed?
What is critical is, I'm going to refer back to Section 3 of the Public Protector Act. What is envisaged there is that the Public Protector shall not work alone. The Public Protector must work with the team that it is there, both in core business as well as administratively. But secondly is that the Public Protector must ensure that there is necessary steps that are put in place to ensure that the work of the institution is shielded. There's independence, there's impartiality, and it is done so without any fear or favor. But most importantly, I would go back to the Mail and Guardian case, which was confirmed by the case of the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, that you need to stick to your investigative methodology when it comes to investigations. Investigations have to be done thoroughly. There has to be checks and balances investigations. You need to do your work with an open mind. But also recently, as the Constitutional Court said, you must not approach your work with any suspicion. As the Office of the Public Protector, apply the principles and the values of the Constitution of treating every person equally when they come before you and treating every matter as such. But most importantly, it is to build a strong team that would even protect you when you are not looking, that would even be able to pick up the blind spots from you as a leader. But my philosophy is that when somebody walks into a room and we're busy with quality assurance, they must not be able to pick up who is the leader here, but they must be able to pick up that there is a group of investigators who are vigorously critiquing one another's work to come up with sustainable solutions.
Thank you, Chair. I left no minute for anyone.
Thank you very much. It's Honorable Tape. Oh, you're done. Honorable Lesoma. Over to you.
No, let me not make that thing. But nevertheless, Chair, good afternoon, Advocate.
Good afternoon, Honourable Member.
Thank you. Earlier on, when you were responding to one of my colleagues' questions, it was around transformation. Is transformation limited to warm bodies and faces? in your own understanding and perception?
Not at all. Transformation goes as far as systems. Transformation goes as far as decision making. And in our instance, it is in respect of our remedial action, in that in the remedial actions that we take, we need to make sure that our remedial actions are transformative and also that they are developmental in nature.
Okay. As an acting PPSA, are there any highlights of the cases that you would have in this short space of time that started to work on, or you have concluded as a crossover from the incumbent that you think that are highlights that you can showcase? For an example, just give us one, noting that you are working as a collective.
Indeed, the highlight of the cases that I have worked on was the investigation into the state of the public healthcare system in South Africa. It was during the high time of COVID-19 in our country. I was acting public protector at the time. Advocate Tumkwebane was on sabbatical. Together with the team of Public Protector South Africa, we left our homes during high lockdown and took the risks to face what was happening within the public healthcare systems when the media blew the whistle on the conditions under which the doctors were working in, but also the conditions of the patients and the conditions of the hospitals themselves. We were able to quickly produce an intervention report so that at least government can start implementing some of the systemic issues that we had picked up at the time, but also most importantly to try and save lives, particularly those of the healthcare workers who were saving the lives of the people of South Africa. That for me is a case that really touched me, but also the courage that the public protector staff showed by being able to go out there when death was facing them.
Okay. In your response, you spoke to systems, and currently you've got a business plan and all that. Probably also you are envisaging, if you are fortunate enough, not lucky, get appointed to this position. What new systems that you employ to ensure that the turnaround, which is cost effective, you will employ, ideally?
We've already have the case management system, which actually became into full effect on the 1st of April this year. That system indeed is assisting us, and we are continuing to upgrade the system, because this is one thing that we are doing internally, and therefore it is a work in progress. But the other work that we have done in respect of our systems is also to ensure that our complaints handling is also done electronically, but further that we have upgraded our complaints forms to be more detailed so that investigators do not spend much more time locking issues and consulting with complainants. And furthermore, which is important that I would like to raise kindly, Chairperson, is also the reviewing of our assessments, and that I have actually employed a method where our executive managers are the ones who are doing the assessments of the cases, whereas before it was done at a much junior level. This is to mitigate the risk of a matter being investigated over a longer period of time.
Thank you very much. You have identified one of the key challenges, that there is trust deficit to the PPSA office, not the individual, and also between government and citizens. What are the basis of this, and what becomes the role of the PP in correcting those deficits?
Firstly, as the Public Protector Office, it is important that in the manner in which we take our decisions becomes in a manner that is of integrity. Our reports must be reports of integrity. But secondly is that our remedial actions must be implementable. Now that starts with us in the process and the procedure which we apply in arriving at the end, in taking the remedial action, that it must be implementable. But in respect of of government, the issue is accountability and responsiveness and being in touch with the people who have elected the government. We have found that to be a major challenge and the issues of undue delay in responding to the challenges that the people are raising. And finally as well, the oversight by the legislature, which is not as effective as it's supposed to be.
Okay, the last one, Chair, in your own, it's got nothing to do with us. Your view, I just want to get your view in terms of the current government. Did it make a mistake not to do an exodus in terms of the public servants and have the new public servants? Because it seems like it's a crime, that's my view, but I want to get your view. If you serve the current government as it were, is it fair for public technocrats as it were?
Not at all.
The perception that I have.
Not at all. First and foremost, our country has laws. So every action needs to be in line with the laws. There's the Basic Conditions of Employment Act, there's the Labor Relations Act, within which every government or every individual exercising public power needs to subject themselves in respect of employees. My view is that employees who work for government are supposed to be professionals and ethical people who are actually serving the country and the people in the country, but not individuals, not the political dispensation, but who serve in line with the constitution of the country.
The AG's report says that you have overspent in terms of your budget in the year under review. How would you ensure that you change that situation? Thank you, Chair, and I'm done.
Looking at the issues raised by the AG, it's historical issues of the legal fees surrounding the Office of the Public Protector on litigation, but also the cases, but of the litigation of the Public Protector. What we are currently doing, we've reviewed our governance system in our legal department as well as in our finance, but also we are ensuring that we are conducting our investigations in such a manner that we prevent the litigation at the scale at which it was at, and our reports will be able to defend themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Hon, you are owing me 2 minutes. It's a payback time.
No. I have received another minute, so that would make it 9.
Okay, sure. Back to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Kaleka.
Good afternoon, Honorable.
Yeah, so when you came to be interviewed as the Deputy Public Protector, we touched base on your period with ex-Minister Malusi Gigaba. Since then, we've had the benefit of the Zondo Commission costing this country R1 billion, but which favored us with massive amounts of information, amongst others, about your former principal. So I want to revisit your period there and again ask you, did you at the time advise the minister about his close relations with the Guptas and the fact that it exposed him and the country by extension to impropriety, to borrow the words that's used in the Constitution in respect of the Public Protector?
Honorable Hon, at the time when I was interviewed for the Deputy Public Protector position, I was very clear that at the time when I worked with Mr. Gigaba, I had no knowledge of his relationship with the Guptas. During my work with him, I had no knowledge of the Guptas. They have never come to the office. I have never seen them. I had never known of his relationship with them. At the time when the issue came up, it came up in the public. And I asked him about it, and he denied any association with the Gupta family.
Okay, and looking back, a professional special advisor, should you have not, given the fact that the allegations at least were already in the public domain, have acted more proactively to protect your minister?
In which way, Honorable Hon, if you could kindly elaborate, to protect him in which way?
Protect him against what happened. Ultimately, he lost his position in the executive, primarily as a consequence of this relationship.
It's not my duty, particularly as an advisor, to protect a minister. The duty of an advisor is to advise the minister in line with his duties in serving the Republic, not on anything personal, because an advisor is employed in terms of Section 12A of the Public Service Act, and it is not a personal advisor, and the advisor performs their duties in line with the law in respect of the advices that an advisor would provide to the minister.
Okay, I'll park that issue. I want to go to your answer around the review of administrative action, specifically in the context of the work of the public protector. And what interested me is the fact that you said that reasonableness, rationality, and proportionality in that context is specifically relevant for the public protector office in the exercise of a discretion. Can you explain to us how, when you embark on an investigation, there is a room for you to be confronted with a discretion?
Yes, the public protector, for instance, after it has been decided that the public protector has jurisdiction in a matter, it then becomes the public protector's discretion on the form that the investigation takes in respect of that matter. For instance, where you've got jurisdiction, and this has been confirmed in the GEMS matter, where you've got jurisdiction, you then have to look into the totality of your matters and say, are you going to investigate everything that is before you? Now, the GEMS judgment actually says that the public protector has a discretion, for instance, to remit other matters to other public bodies which have the authority over those matters. And
then,
that is...
Yeah, thank you. That's a satisfactory answer. But then once you've embarked on an investigation, you've now exercised your discretion, say, okay, I'm going to take this on board. Where can a discretion then come into play, if at all?
Once you are investigating your particular matter, now what comes into play is the legalities that you face within that matter. It is on the methodology, on how you apply that particular methodology, which witnesses are relevant and which witnesses are going to assist you in your investigations, or any other evidence which would assist you to come to a final decision which is in line with the law.
Is the decision to decide which witnesses are relevant discretionary in nature?
Well, it is discretionary.
Are you quite sure?
Yes.
Okay. Then I want to come to your section 196. You've already answered some questions on it. What is the lodestar, the guiding principle now thrashed out by our courts of the method that is to be used for a proper interpretation of any statute or law?
The proper interpretation of any statute of the law, firstly, the supreme law of the country is the Constitution. So in interpreting that law, you need to look at what were the objects of the Constitution, what is the principle and the values and the spirit of the Constitution in line with that particular law.
Maybe we're missing one another. There is a court case of the Supreme Court of Appeal which is now settled in the constitutional era. What is the approach anyone who interprets a law must take? What is that case?
Recently, there is the case of the SARS, which the court took in interpretation of the Tax Administration Act.
Are you aware of Natal Joint Municipal Pension Fund versus Ndomeni?
No, I'm not aware of that case.
So that's actually the case, and the case says that context, you refer to context, must be given by the apparent purpose of a provision. Now, what's the purpose behind the provision in Section 196, which says the President and members of the Executive cannot have other paid work?
The purpose for that is to ensure that it the duties that the executive undertake become the primary duty, and that it is not overweighted by the secondary duty, which is the private interest, and further that there is no risk of a conflict between the primary duty and the personal interest.
Yeah, well, that the member of the executive do not expose themselves to the potential of a risk
Indeed.
of conflict of interest.
Indeed.
So in your Pala Pala report, though, that second leg is nowhere to be found. Would you agree? You only say that ultimately the financial interests did not distract the president unduly from his primary responsibilities.
Not at all, Honourable Member. We discussed the issue of the conflict of interest in the Pala Pala report. Now, primarily what we need to look at, which we actually have interacted with, which has also been confirmed by the Constitutional Court in the recent case of the suspended public protector, whether there is a real risk. Now, there mustn't just be a suspicion or a far-fetched risk or any other potential which is not related on whether there is a real risk of a conflict of interest in the particular matter. And that we have interacted with in our report.
Okay. Lastly, how many reports have you been in charge of in terms of the investigation and bringing out the report, both as the deputy and now as acting, which has been finalized?
Well, I have signed 107 reports. I've interacted with more than that. The figures I do not have, but obviously those were not signed by me.
Okay, and how many of them have been taken on review?
We have 3.
And has any of them been finalized yet?
None of those have been finalized.
Okay, thank you.
I gave you 9. So, you took 9, you are right. Honourable Vessels?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
You reflected on your time at the Department of Home Affairs. I want to go back to that as well, but more to, in general, your time at government departments, and especially, it wasn't very long, but at the DPSA. Given that experience, what would you say is the root cause of the overall lack of service delivery, or let's say bad public service that we are experiencing?
Overall, the lack of efficient and effective service delivery, it starts with proper planning. It starts with proper planning, from the strategic planning, the implementation of the operational plannings, but also in ensuring that services are delivered equitably, but also budgeting in that respect is a challenge. But also the capacity and capability of public officials in understanding where we are as a country and what are the priorities. There's a lot of maladministration that takes place, but there is just where systems are not moving. But also there is a factor that each time when a new minister is appointed into a department, it is as if it is a totally new administration or it is a totally new department altogether. There is no continuity in terms of execution of responsibilities.
You say that one of your priorities currently, and if you are a successful candidate, will be to also focus on institutionalizing training at the public protector. Is there currently a lack of skilled staff members?
Indeed, there is inadequacy in terms of skilled staff members, and this has been confirmed by an organizational development study which we have done as an institution.
Are you under-resourced, understaffed currently as well?
We are under-resourced both in terms of human resource and financial resource.
What have you done during your tenure as acting public protector to make the institution more accessible for the public and for communities?
I've embarked on intensive stakeholder and outreach programs, particularly into the rural areas which have no access to the public protector in terms of technology. In terms of technology, we have, which is work that actually began before the public protector was suspended, but which we completed, where we've got an app where those who have means are able to access the Office of the Public Protector. And next week, Monday, we will actually be launching our Please Call Me app, which will enable those who do not have smartphones, who are underprivileged and do not have the financial resources to access us and send us a Please Call Me. We have also made use of stakeholders like Amakosi, so that we are able to access their constituencies. But we have also now approached business. For instance, we would want to have a drop box at ShopRite, at Checkers, in any other area, so that when a person goes to town, they are able to file a complaint at that instance and not necessarily look for the Office of the Public Protector.
I'm glad you're reflecting on that, because if I look at your priority of digitization and digitalization and digital transformation, then it feels to me as if you're leaving out the rural, majority of rural South Africans. But even Please Call Me's are in many instances inaccessible to a large part of our population. And even the Dropbox idea, how will you get a public protector accessible in those communities, in rural Eastern Cape, rural KwaZulu-Natal, where there's no cell phone signal, no electricity, no Checkers, no ShopRite?
We actually go to those areas. I have personally been to Ndabankulu, where the residences were being transported with a drum from one area to the other. They couldn't access service delivery because officials could not access their areas because of a lack of a bridge. We have been there as the Office of the Public Protector. We have been into an area in Umtata where the roads do not permit for people to walk through those roads, but we have been there. So we've got outreach program, and our outreach particularly focuses on those areas, indeed, Honourable Member, where at times there is no signal and where they are unable to use any other phone, but we are able to go there. But our program with Amakosi assists us to be able to access the rurals, because we are now planning on having drop boxes at the royal houses where people normally go, and they'll be able to access that.
Don't you also think the lack of confidence is due to the fact that people out there don't always understand? And I don't want to go into the debate that has been had on the Pala report, but do you really think the people out there understand the reasoning that you are here in very technical legal terms explaining and have explained, but it's not really explained to the person out there, the reason?
We actually do. We work together with community radio stations, where we go onto those community radio stations and explain our work in the languages that are understood by the people there, but as well as our pamphlets come in different South African languages. So we are able to have that accessibility with the people of South Africa.
One last question, because I think I'm out of time. You say that you would prioritize, and you spoke on it earlier, the legislative reform with regards to criminalization of the non-compliance with remedial action. But do you think that will really address the current non-response to remedial action?
It's a multifaceted approach. So we have included that as one of the options. The other option, which we've also included, is for the Speaker of the National Assembly to have some mechanisms in place so that once we submit the reports and the outstanding remedial action, that is able to then be filtered down to the committees which will enforce their oversight. And that is a process that we are already doing. For instance, now we've been called by the Committee on Education as well as Sports to discuss our report with them because of that exercise. But what is most important for us is that from the time when you write an allegations letter to a public official or a public institution, start to discuss the remedial action in that respect. That should there be such a finding in respect of this act, this should be the kind of reforms. I must commend the Western Cape government as well as the Gauteng government in most instances where we actually put in place that mechanisms. Even before we finalize our report, they would have started to implement the reforms. But also, in the Section 7.9, make sure that your reforms are in line with the powers that the other party is able to exercise when you make that remedial action.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Advocate Broidenbach will take leave. She has another engagement to attend to. Thank you very much. All right. So I carry her vote. Yeah, right, we go to Mananiso.
Thank you, Chairperson, and welcome, Advocate.
Thank you, Honourable Manani.
My first question is with regards to you, actually as the acting PP, in terms of the issue of low morale of staff. I want to check with you, what have you done in terms of ensuring that there's team building programs and you keep the morale high of your staff?
Firstly, when I joined the Office of the Public Protector as the Deputy Public Protector, there was no employee wellness program at the Public Protector. And coming from environments of high stress as a result of the environment itself being a legal investigative environment, I know that stress is one of the highest triggers within that environment. I immediately made a recommendation to the Public Protector that we need to shift funds and ensure that we've got an employees wellness program. Now, we've taken advantage of that program immediately when I started acting by ensuring that there's an assessment of the environment and the conditions, and we are able to assist the employees, particularly those who've been heavily affected by the trauma, and the employees are actually making use of that. As we speak, we have the relevant company that is busy doing a psycho-emotional assessment. It has started with the executives. We will have that done for the managers and the entire staff, because it is important for us to know what is our psycho-emotional state as an institution, individually, the team, and as an entire institution, so that we put in place interventions. We have also done individual interventions for those who have approached the company. We've encouraged people to do so, but we want to have a holistic institutional approach to that, but we want to be informed by a proper assessment. But most importantly, we promote compassionate leadership, particularly considering the history of the institution, and the morale of the institution has increased. The Human Rights Commissioner for Kenya visited us on Tuesday. She actually says this is such a happy institution, having arrived, being received by colleagues and visited the other areas which were impromptu visits. By the way, she said, this looks like a conducive working environment. The people here look happy. And indeed they do. Things have changed at the Office of the Public Protector. As a result, investigators even would argue wanting to have their names on the reports that we are producing. It then shows that the passion has increased, the energy has increased, and they are more than ever dedicated to serve the people of South Africa.
Okay. I want to give you an opportunity to sell yourself and confirm if you were to be a public protector of this country. What are your special projects that you will bring forth in terms of addressing the issue of marginalized and vulnerable groups?
In the issue of addressing regarding the marginalized and vulnerable groups, first and foremost is to access them more. to intensify our outreach program in accessing them more, whether collectively or individually. No, it is to intensify that, but also to ensure that the remedial actions that we take are more developmental in respect of the challenges that they are facing. And by the way, I've already started a systemic investigation, which the team is busy with, that is looking into the systems within our justice system that are a hindrance in combating and preventing gender-based violence. The other systemic investigation is in respect of our maintenance system as a country, and the third one is in respect of our education system in South Africa, because education, for mostly of those who are disadvantaged, it is the gateway to economic liberty.
Okay. You make emphasis on the issue of corruption, maladministration. What is your plan for those who are repetitive offenders?
In our respect, I mean, a lot of governments, you find that we have done reports previously, but they continue to do the same act. The plan there again, we've put it in our proposals for the amendment of the Public Protector Act, that we actually regarded as a contempt of the public protector when an individual or a public official doesn't implement the remedial actions of the public protector, because if you actually implement the remedial actions, you are able to curb the maladministration. So that is the first one. But the second one is to work very closely with the legislature so that they optimally implement their oversight over the executive.
Okay. I want to check your understanding in terms of civic education, because all of you who came before us, you are telling us about awareness programs and things that you will bring forth in terms of people to know what is the work of the PPSA. However, nobody speaks about educating the society. So what is it that you can bring on that aspect?
In fact, we are starting off a program. We have met with the Black Lawyers Association, we have met with Saula, and we've also had discussions with the Faculty of Law in UNISA, and we are planning to expand this so that we are able to use people who are skilled on issues of rights, accessibility of the state, accessibility of us as the Office of the Public Protector. But because we've got limited resources, the issue of using the law clinics of the universities as a form of education and workshop in communities, because we would want to focus on people who actually live in those communities, who would be able to spend much greater time with those communities in respect of education.
Okay. On the issue of Chapter 9 institutions, right? What is it that you think it is the problem that all Chapter 9 institutions are not responsive to issues as supposed to, and what needs to be done?
The issue is the issue of capacity. I don't think it's necessarily not being responsive. Chapter 9 institutions are responsive, but because of the financial capacity as well as the human resource capacity, we are unable to be as speedy in terms of our response as we would like to be. But actually, Chapter 9 institutions are supposed to be reactive. So what does that require out of all of us? It's a better collaborative work amongst ourselves, civil society, business and government, to ensure that we are able to pick up on the issues even before they are reported to us.
Okay. My last question, before the chair takes over. No, I'm within my time frame. Yeah, with your own understanding, I want you to take us in confidence on the issue of conflict resolution and conflict management, and bringing along the aspect of mediation.
Firstly, I'll start with conflict resolution. Conflict resolution is where you deal with the issues systemically. you want to discover what is the root cause of that particular issue, because the aim is to resolve it. Now, mediation is part of the mechanisms for conflict resolution, because you need to ensure that you bring together both parties, and the one who is mediating, you are impartial in respect of the issue concerned, and you are able to facilitate the mediation. But there must be harmony amongst the parties. You must ensure that they do reach consensus, and there is no party that walks away aggrieved, so that you ensure that the issue is being resolved and not just managed in the instance of conflict management. Now, conflict management is where you put in place mechanisms to control and contain the particular challenge. Now, those mechanisms can vary from prescripts available, policies available, or even the higher authority available to ensure that at least there is some form of just keeping peace amongst the parties.
Deputy Public Protector. I now move to Honorable Makwanisha.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Advocate Kalega.
Good afternoon, Honorable Makwanisha.
Chair, I must declare that I do know Advocate Kalega since the time I was in the executive, and we also work together in the committee. She reports to the committee.
Noted.
Thank you very much. Advocate Kalega, how has the NPA honed you for the work you are doing now?
Would you kindly repeat that?
How has the NPA prepared you for the work you are doing now?
Firstly, as a prosecutor, you are vested with prosecutor-guided investigations. So in respect of conducting and guiding investigations, not necessarily the field work of investigations, there is a lot of work that prosecutors do in that respect. But also, as prosecutors, you work with communities, you go into communities, conducting education, awarenesses, outreaches into communities. I even used to train doctors on medical legal work. I used to train the police on investigations, and I also used to do training within the National Prosecuting Authority. But most importantly is the issue of performance management. I used to be in the National Committee that dealt with performance management. So when there's a crisis in any of the offices throughout the country, I used to even chair that committee, where we would go and assist and put in place interventions in terms of performance management. But most importantly, it's in respect of litigation.
Okay, no, thank you very much. And how has legal advising ministers helped you or honed you or prepared you for this role?
Firstly, it's to understand the public service much better, because in the NPA you don't deal much with administration, but it was for me to understand administration, for me to understand the role of an executive authority, but also the role of the executive authority in the form of the PFMA as an accounting authority, but basically on the reflections of the interface between the executive authority and the institution itself.
Okay. Do you believe that either the public protector or the investigator should take oath of office before they resume their work? If so, why so? If not so, why?
I strongly believe so. I think more than the constitutional and the legal imperatives that are there to uphold ethics, it is important that the public protector and the deputy public protector take oath of office. In fact, it is one of our proposals in the Public Protector Act. And the reason for that is to inculcate that culture of ethical conduct, of being truthful, and to perform the duties in line with the Constitution and the laws of the Republic. And where staff is concerned, I also believe that they should. And what we have done in the meantime to mitigate that, last year in October, we made staff members to actually sign a pledge to serve the people of South Africa truthfully, with integrity, to be responsive and to be accountable. And I have also just recently signed the ethics policy, which has been produced by the institution, where we are inculcating the ethics code in line with the Venice principles, which is the principles on the protection and the promotion of the ombudsman offices.
Okay. We know that we have a Public Protector Act that predates the Constitution.
Indeed.
And I think you have had time to apply yourselves on what needs to be changed.
Indeed.
So can you give me 5 areas, General, that you think that the legislature and the executive should assist to initiate a legislation to amend the Public Protector Act?
We've actually already, Honorable Makondishe, submitted to the Department of Justice the proposals, and some of the proposals that we've put in place is the one of the oath of office, but the other one is to make a clear distinction between the public protector as the incumbent and the public protector as the institution. And furthermore, it is to align the Public Protector Act with the PFMA, where it clearly stipulates that the CEO is the accounting officer of the Public Protector. And furthermore, we make proposals regarding the whistleblowers, where we are putting in place more mechanisms where the Public Protector can assist with the protection of the whistleblowers. And the other factor, which is very critical to the independence of the Public Protector, is the funding model of the Public Protector, to ensure that we do have a separate vote as the Public Protector. There's several studies. There's the new National Party, but also there's the global standards on national human rights institutions that speaks on the funding part being a critical component when it comes to the independence of the Public Protector.
Thank you, Advocate Kalega. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Janchi.
Thank you, Chair. Advocate Galega, you can take the water. You've been speaking non-stop. Maybe the first point to raise, because I think a lot of my questions have been taken and you've responded to them even before you were asked. The first point to make, perhaps on a lighter note, out of these 8 candidates that we're interviewing, you seem to be the youngest of them, all of them. So if you are successful in this position, you're likely to be the youngest public protector. How does that make you feel?
Firstly, I think it would be something that, just not for me as a feeling, but it would be a statement to the country that younger leadership is what this country actually needs. The developing countries are becoming younger. It's only African countries that remain older, but also that
It's no reflection on us.
Please ignore them, go ahead.
But firstly, that particularly an institution such as the Public Protector, it requires energy. It requires innovation. It requires creativity. But it also requires acceptance of the two contradictions between the young and the old, and be able to find middle ground in those in order to take the institution further.
And being a woman in a masculine society?
Being a woman, yeah, it's a difficult one. Because truly, my philosophy is that as women, you always have to work thrice as much as men work, you know. And I normally say, look at the corruption that has taken place in our country. Mostly it's men who have carried out that corruption, but it never goes into the name of men. Every man is taken as an individual, but a woman is taken as a collective. When things go wrong with a woman, it is then put onto each and every woman. So as a woman, basically what it means is that I need to ensure that I prove myself in order to affirm the leadership of women.
Maybe just to then conclude that this lighter note matter, because I want to take you back. You would have been much younger then when you're dealing with the Mdluli case. And I want you to tell us, in your belief of doing things without fear, without favor, and without prejudice, what really was your hope when you drove that, and consistently so, knowing that you're dealing with a highly placed head of crime intelligence?
You know, interestingly, when I came into contact with that docket, it had 5 statements in it, and I didn't know whom or what I was dealing with. There was no name of the suspect. Guided the investigations, and 3 months later, when the docket came back, that's when I found out basically whom and what I was dealing with. But for me, it was to ensure that justice is done. I must be honest, it's one of the most emotional cases that I've ever dealt with, where you've actually seen how public power can actually be advanced and instill fear in families that are poor, a family that doesn't know where to go and how to go. And for me, was to ensure that justice is done, but so that people can believe that indeed all are equal in this country, no matter what position one holds.
Thank you. I want to go back to the Mail and Guardian case you told us about. And in that, I want to just situate Jafta J in him talking about this open inquiring mind, where he says you need to be open to all possibilities. But he creates these two contrasts, that you must have the mind that is not unduly suspicious, at the same time a mind that is not unduly believing. I want you to take that and place that in the Phala Phala investigation. Did that really materialize?
Indeed it did. It did materialize, because in the Phala Phala investigations, when I took it over, when I started acting, I made sure that I allow the investigators to do their work. First and foremost, in line with the Public Protector Act, I made sure that I take the necessary steps to ensure that there's independence, there's impartiality in the matter, and the matter is being dealt with without any prejudice to any party. There was one investigator into the matter. I strengthened the investigations. I included a senior investigator. I made sure that the executive manager responsible for the branch has oversight over the matter, and that the current CEO, who was the current COO, who was the acting COO at the time, made sure that she had direct oversight in that matter. But that I, as the acting public protector, received that matter in terms of our standard operating procedures and investigative guides as an escalation. Not at any point have I gone down to find out what is happening in the matter. It was very critical for us, because we had to build trust as an institution, but we had to stay to the true form of independence of investigations. But what further happened into that matter is that each time the investigators escalated the matters, questions were put to ensure that we close the particular gaps in each and every matter. Mail and Guardian further says that the investigations should not be static, and we ensured that we even beef up our investigation methodology so that we ensure that we are able to deal with this matter in a proper investigation, an extensive investigation, but most importantly, removing who is involved and saying what are the actions and what are the legalities that we are dealing with as an institution.
Okay, thank you. Can you share with this panel and the country at large that is listening to you? You have a standing investigation method in the Public Protector. Just the key elements of that and the pillars of what you do and what you don't do, because I have a next question to that. Unfortunately for you, I'm not going to be asking what you do, I'm going to be asking what you're doing currently.
Indeed, we do have a standing investigation method. We have actually strengthened it. We have reviewed it. We have started, as I've said earlier on, to look into our complaints forms. Firstly, are they fit for purpose currently? You know, the jurisprudence around the public protector has developed immensely. Are our complaints forms speaking to that? Firstly, we found out that our complaint forms are not adequately addressing the issue of special circumstances. They are not sufficiently extracting the complaint out of the complainant. And we moved over to our assessment forms, because these then form part of the Rule 53 when a matter goes to court. Are we executing the delegations by the public protector in line with the delegation of authority and in line with the law? And we found that there were technical discrepancies. And by the way, these are the discrepancies which were also pointed out by the courts. But we've also piloted the review of our structure, because we need to come before Parliament again if we are reviewing. But we have piloted the review of SAIL to ensure that we strengthen our
Thank you. You can pause there. You can pause there.
Unfortunately, cannot accommodate a further question. I think you have exhausted your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleagues, thank you very much. It's 6 minutes past 4. I think we did well. We finished within time. Thank you very much for cooperation. Advocate Kalega, thank you very much for the time with us. Now at the conclusion, we can only say farewell. Have a safe trip back home, and thank you, colleagues. So the colleagues are going to walk you out. Please, can you walk her out once we do our in-house things?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to
No,
the honourable
just
members.
so that we conclude the time for Monday. Yes, Advocate Kala, I'm sorry. You wanted to say something?
I just wanted to thank you, Chairperson, and thank the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please. Okay. Colleagues, can we firm up the time for Monday? For Tuesday. So we decide, No, we decided, okay. I just want us, no, not all of us were in the meeting, and it was not in a meeting form. Are we agreeing that we're meeting again on Tuesday at 11? It's a physical meeting. No time. I don't want to. Yeah? We'll determine the length of the meeting at the meeting itself. But we start at 11, and it's a physical meeting. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.